There's hand sanitizer there as well. Again, bathrooms are back here and back here. Real quickly, we're scheduled from 2 to 4, but as I've talked to Mayor White, if there's a robust discussion going on, by no means the governor has directed me. We're not going to let any artificial time limits be the reason why we don't have good discussion and then we'll get started after that.
Y'all, I want to thank everybody for coming again. It's hard to get used to spacing out this way, but I think we're starting to get used to it. But I want to thank you very much. This is very important. This group is very important, and we have people that are interested and have information that involves the discussion that those at the inner ring here will be discussing. I think we're making good progress. As you know, when the virus came along, we took a very deliberate, measured approach to put restrictions on ourselves in the most limited way we could to do the most damage to the virus while doing the least possible damage to our businesses and our lives in general. And we did it differently from some other states, as you know. We didn't separate the essential from the non-essential and try to draw that distinction. We looked at the hot spots, the things where we thought the contagion had the best chance of spreading and the most opportunities, and that's where we focused and targeted our limitations. And I think it's worked very well. But now we've gotten a grip. We've learned what social distancing means. You don't even see it in quotations anymore because we all know what that is. It's a new part of our vocabulary. But the whole purpose of limiting businesses, limiting those activities, is to enhance the strength of social distancing. It's not to just close a business because it needs closing. It is to, because that particular activity in that particular place led to a lack of social distancing. So what we need to do, as you understand, is to determine how to get from where we are now to where we want to go, which is back to our highly recognized prosperity and economic advantages that we had when this happened. We had, I think, the lowest unemployment rate in the United States. I mean, we were really, really humming, and we need to get back there, but we have to get back there very carefully. So I want to thank everybody. I'm going to have to leave in a minute. We have been throughout this, been having regular conferences, video conferences with the president and the people, or the president and the vice president, which is what we're doing starting right now at 2 o'clock. So I'll go to another room and participate in that and then come back. But they are well aware of what we're doing here. The president and the vice president have both at different times said, single South Carolina out is doing a very good job. And we want to keep doing that, and perhaps we can give some advice and leadership to other parts of the country on the smart way to do what needs to be done. But again, I know this it's inconvenient to stop what you're doing and to come to these meetings. We're not going to have a whole lot of them, but we're going to have as many as is necessary. As you know, we have a 30-day time limit scheduled for this to have made our decisions and recommendations. But I want to thank you again for your expertise and your willingness to serve. South Carolina, I hear more and more, is the greatest place in the whole world to be. And it's because of people in this room and those whom we work with and the great people of South Carolina that really, really are a great group. So again, I thank you, and I'm sorry I'm going to have to leave. If you will, excuse me in a few minutes, but I will be back as soon as that conference is over. Thank you.
Lieutenant Governor, yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Well, I just want to thank everybody again for coming today. I want to thank our governor because he has been a true leader during this whole process, and he's been so tempered in how he has led us so far. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership. I look forward to today. I know we have a great representation around this room of people in local government, big and small. And we want to hear what you have to say. When I talked to the governor about a week ago, what he was excited about is not so much what we can do today, is how much stronger we can make South Carolina at the end of this COVID-19 issue. So thank you, and I look forward to today's discussions.
Thank you. Real quick before I turn it over to Mayor White, one thing that I probably didn't make fairly clear the other day was we're in the getting stuff done business in this group. And so that's what we want to do. We want to be able to, as the governor said, to move forward smartly and safely, but to get back to doing what South Carolina does, and our business is business. And so that's the charge he has. Every day we talk, the governor and I talk, and he will give me a new charge. And so they're starting to pile up. But nevertheless, that's what we need to do today. We want this to be productive. We want to make sure that we hear. This is a stellar group of individuals that the governor's put together. This is a varsity panel of individuals. And so I encourage everybody to have good, thoughtful discussion. So a couple of things. For the folks who are behind the tables, we have 2 mics, okay? I would ask you, for social distancing purposes, please do not touch the microphone. We will properly sanitize things after you speak at a microphone. Again, I know that's kind of odd, but that's our new normal right now, and I'd ask you to just please work with me on that. If somebody wants to speak so that the mayor can see it, maybe just acknowledge your hand up, because they're controlling the mics over there, Mr. Mayor. So they will, right over here, where's your hand, mic controller? So they're controlling the mic so that if somebody raises their hand to speak, so they can acknowledge that person to turn their mic on. And I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And Governor, thank you for the honor on behalf of all of us here to participate in this process. We get the easy part, you get the really hard part, but we'll try to help you once you've made the hard decisions. Maybe we can make it kind of go from there. And I appreciate very much your remarks about what we can do to get the economy humming again. I believe that was your phrase. And I think we're all confident that one day the economy will be humming, and perhaps it'll start with some of the decisions we make through this group and your other subgroups. You certainly do hope so. James has given us some instructions, if you will, and you may not know this, Governor. Oh, and Pam, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, thank you also. You're going to be with us the whole time, are you not? Yeah. Okay, good. You may not know that James has also sent us a number of emails in terms of keeping us on track. He'd asked us to present no grievances, and he put that in capital letters, each one capitalized. We know there are problems. We now need solutions. So I think that means no speech making and no getting too diverted. So thank you for that. But we have a great panel here, and I think we'll be up to the challenge. Just looking around the room, we of course have members of the State Senate and State House, but otherwise we have representatives of local government, education, and law enforcement, first responders. So that'd be a pretty good description of our 3 groups.
And 1 business person.
Well, Pam, what are you? What is your? You're the Ports Authority.
Ports Authority, retired business,
Yeah.
retired educator.
I remember that role well. But so at agency as well. And as we get into discussions, especially in item 4, which is really the meat of what we're here for under this agenda that's been presented to us, then perhaps we'll do it in those segments: education, agencies, local government, and that kind of thing. And that'd be a good way to do that. So we'll do that in just a moment. I think, James, first you were going to introduce the members of the panel, and as well as the folks back here.
Sure. So everybody knows, and hopefully everybody, well, I don't have a name tag. Everybody should be able to see everybody's name tag. Dr. Thornley is from the president of Trident Technical College. Dr. Rosalind Clark Artis is the president of Benedict College. We've got Tyler Servant, who's on the Horry County Council, part of our General Assembly Advisory Group, Representative Tommy Pope, Representative David Weeks, Representative Lee Hewitt, and then from the Senate, we have Senator Tom Davis, Senator Ross Turner, Senator Gerald Malloy. Our law enforcement representative is Sheriff Leon Lott from Richland County. From the ports and others things, Miss Pamela Lackey, the mayor of North Myrtle Beach, Mayor Marilyn Hatley, and then representing K through 12 education, the former, most recently National Principal of the Year, Dr. Akil Ross. So we've covered those cross sections. We also have with us representatives, and I know Rusty Munholland from the executive director of CHE is on the television, so y'all can probably see Rusty. If you can hear, there we go. We also have Director Emily Farr from LLR. From the Department of Education, Katie, if I mispronounce it, I apologize. Nilgis, is that right? Okay, very good. Major Rob Woods from DPS, Major Richard Hunton from SLED, and then is Tim Hardy here from the Technical College System? There's Tim. And then we've also got some organizations that represent a wide swath. This is kind of how we can get some good information for this group to discuss from, and I'm just going to mention all the organizations, the Palmetto Association of Independent Schools, Palmer Ball, Michael Aquilano from the Roman Catholic Diocese of Charleston, South Carolina Association of Christian Schools, Edward Earwood, the South Carolina Association of Counties, Josh Rhodes, South Carolina Independent Colleges and Universities, Jeffrey Perez, South Carolina Independent School Association, Dr. Spencer Jordan, South Carolina Municipal Association, Todd Glover, South Carolina Police Chiefs Association, Ryan Alphen, South Carolina School Boards Association, Scott Price, and then South Carolina Sheriff's Association, Jared Bruder. And so we'll hear from these folks and, of course, yourselves. But again, this is thoughtful discussion for y'all to discuss, right? That's how we kind of drill down on issues, is for y'all to discuss it. And so I'll turn it back over to Mayor White.
Okay, and we'll be using the agenda that was presented to us. So, James, we have that in front of us. So your recommendations on matters that we're going to touch on. I do want to begin, though, just a little bit of wisdom and a little bit of inspiration from last session, last week. At least I thought it was wisdom and inspiration. And it came from none other than our Commerce Secretary for Life, Bobby Hitt. And I thought it was a good one. There were a lot of good comments, but I like this one best of all. It may give us some context for what we're about to do. He said, in terms of opening up the economy, that people aren't going to go out and shop just because the lights are on. We'll have to redevelop our trust with employees again. We will have to make sure our workplaces are safe and our businesses are safe and people feel good before they come back. And I guess what he was trying to say is confidence. We have to have a context for confidence for people to go back to the stores and shops, and confidence for visitors to come to our hotels again. And that's, I think, a good overarching theme, perhaps, for the kind of issues we're going to be talking about and the discussion we're going to have today. So I appreciate those remarks from the Commerce Secretary. If you look at item number 4, what we've been asked to do is break those topics down. The first one is an opportunity for the different entities here, education, local governments, et cetera, to give kind of an overview, short overview on what the issues are facing them past, present, and future. That is, what's been the impact. Again, and getting back to James's dictum of no grievances and no speeches, et cetera, because we already know we have problems. We'll all try to keep those relatively short, but I do think it'd be helpful context for each entity to have something to say about those topics, and that's what we've been asked to do up front. And then we'll turn to the real major part of the discussion, which is 2 separate matters. One, what are legislative or regulatory changes needed to address these issues? That means to look for flexibilities that the governor's talked about many times by agencies and how that affects from where we come. I've had a lot of discussions with the other mayors and the state municipal associations here, and we're ready to address that issue, and I hope everyone else is too at some level or another. But that's the first thing we'll talk about. And then secondly is perhaps a deeper and bigger issue, what is needed now and in the future to address the virus. And I'll be honest, that's really, you can't talk about that without talking about the $89 million that local governments get, or it's what is it for the state, 1.2 billion, Mr. Governor? It's a lot, and you get to.
All right.
Well, I'm sure there could be all kind of strings tied to it, so.
And we don't yet know what all the guidelines are, but
That's right.
that really goes to the heart of reestablishing the confidence that people have in what we can do with that money. Obviously, it goes well beyond just reimbursement issues, though we should have some discussion about what that money means in terms of reimbursement for COVID-19 expenses. But I would still suspect that's just a small part. You can't spend, your reimbursements will never come to an amount to cover that entire amount of money. So a lot of good discussion on that topic, we hope, as well. With that, following James' agenda here, perhaps a little brief discussion by groups in terms of what the issues you've been facing, what it's meant to budgets, what it's meant to programs in your particular area. Not just you personally, but also if you can speak to it in a larger way too. Madeline, do you want to lead off on that a little bit?
I'll be glad to.
And Todd is here from the topic of local governments. You want to say a few words, then Todd is ready. He's been in touch with a number of mayors and people around the state, and he has a lot to say about that topic.
Thank you. It's my privilege to be here with you, and I want to share the story of the Grand Strand area, and I think it relates to all tourist areas in our entire state. As I said in our first meeting, we are at an economic crisis. Everything is totally shut down. There is no income coming in. There are no jobs, and a majority of our employees are on unemployment. We have business owners who call us every day that say, I have reserves for 30 days, but I cannot go past 30 days. If we continue in the direction that we're going, I'm going to lose my business. I'm going to lose my home. Those are the real people out there. I have the young service workers who are texting me every day saying, Mayor, please open us back up. Let us go to work. We want to go to work. And then, of course, you also have those who go, I don't want to go to work. I'm making $900 a week or $950 a week. And that's more money than I take home in a week when I'm working. So, no, I don't want to go to work. So we have a lot of issues here that we have to face within the city that are mostly tourism. And tourism is a big industry in the state of South Carolina. So it's not just the Grand Strand, and I just want to reiterate that it's not just the Grand Strand. Our restaurant owners, I had one restaurant owner that opened up for business this weekend because he was desperate and put it on Facebook. And of course, what does that do? That just tells all the others, hey, let's all get together and let's defy the government, which you know we can't do. So we are hearing from our real estate companies who cannot sell real estate because they don't have anyone coming down to buy real estate because there's no place for them to stay when they're buying real estate. They don't have restaurants for people to eat in. There's a lot of issues going on, but I think there's a lot of issues that we can face. I have a lot of suggestions on how we can start opening our businesses up soon. And I think that we can do it in steps. I think that there will be protocol in place. I have asked all of our hospitality people to work on their protocols. I have a list of the protocols of the largest real estate or rental company in the area. I have protocols that they have put in place. I have protocols for restaurants to put in place. But we can move this forward, and we can move this forward soon, taking baby steps at a time, just like with opening the beach. I decided when the governor said it was up to the municipalities to decide if they wanted to open up their beach, I opened our beach up. I have had absolutely no problem. I have drones that fly over the beach every day to identify any problems that we have. There was maybe 1 or 2 incidents so far that we have had to separate people because they were not following social distancing. But what I found out is that most people do understand social distancing, and most people want to social distance. And I feel that that's the same way that would happen with our tourists. When they start coming back to our community, they're going to be just as careful as we as business people are going to be careful. Now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
You want me to go farther, or you want me to?
Let me move on to the county.
Okay. All right.
But keep your mention a moment ago about protocols for opening businesses. Keep that in mind for further discussion, especially on the third point on here. I think that we'll be getting to that kind of issue,
Okay.
very important one. Switching over, Tyler from Horry County, Tyler Servant, could you speak a little bit in terms of the impact on budgets in your county as well as the area? And I know you have a particular concern about hospitality taxes, of course.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor White, and thank you, Governor McMaster, for having me on the committee. As we all know, these are trying times economically, and I think, not to be redundant, but I think Mayor Hatley hit the nail on the head as it relates to the Grand Strand economically, which in turn affects Horry County and all counties across the state's budgets, or specifically as it relates to accommodation taxes, hospitality taxes, and sales taxes. In Horry County right now, we have a 26% unemployment rate, meaning 1 in every 4 workers don't have a job or have been laid off, which is devastating. Our hotels are closed, so we're not collecting accommodations taxes. We cut our general fund budget in Horry County specifically $50 million going into next year, just because we are betting that we're not going to have recurring revenue streams to be able to support the services that we dearly rely on. And I believe, talking with the Association of Counties, counties across the state are experiencing that same thing that you're experiencing with the city of Greenville, I'm sure, as well. So I look forward to participating in these discussions today and hopefully coming up with ways that we can get our economic engine back open, and specifically the tourism industry in Horry County.
Okay, thank you. Sticking with local government for a moment longer and switching to our friends back here, Todd, and we have also Josh Rhodes of the County Association. Todd, could you lead off? I know we've had a good survey opportunity already with local governments in terms of the impact they're seeing, so perhaps you could touch on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor, for the opportunity to be here today, and we thank you for your leadership. Mayor, we have had several discussions with our cities across the state, and we're seeing, as the gentleman mentioned, anywhere from 15 to 25% reductions in revenue immediately. The difficult part for many of our municipalities throughout the state is that they are extending hospitality tax, accommodations tax, business license tax deadlines to businesses to provide to those businesses needed money for them to stay open. The problem that that's causing for local governments is that it's delaying our ability to forecast what our actual losses will be in revenue over time. As we're allowing businesses to hold on to that hospitality tax or hold on to that accommodation tax for an additional period of time to give them that cash flow, it's not allowing that local government to really get an idea of how far off their revenue will be for the year. So this could be something that we anticipate being a higher impact, especially for our tourism areas such as Mayor Hatley on the coast. We did take the opportunity. I had a conference call with Mayor White and several other mayors across the state on Saturday, and even some yesterday, just for some ideas to bring forward as possibilities of things that we think could help local governments get through this. One of the things that many of our local jurisdictions are mentioning, 2/3 of our 271 cities in our state have a fiscal year starting July 1.
Hey, Todd, I'm going to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
You come back with those.
Okay, all
When
right.
we get into point 2 and 3. This is more of an overview on kind of where you are and what you're facing. Josh is here, from the County Association. Yes, sir. If you want to address that, kind of an overview.
Yeah, I will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for letting me speak, and Governor for paneling this. My name's Josh Rose, and I'm with the South Carolina Association of Counties. We're facing a lot of the similar issues, revenue shortfalls coming into the county through A&H tax and through, right now, even through business license in the counties that have them, and property taxes, especially business personal property, where about half the counties has suspended or delayed the collection of those. So we're seeing the revenue shortfalls on the front end. And then as services, being kind of the boots on the ground and trying to respond to this unprecedented pandemic, the cost and responding to that is creating an issue too. From the budgetary standpoint, excuse me, I've been yelling at my 3-year-old to quiet down for about 5 weeks, so my voice is going. But as far as the budgetary issues, they're kind of twofold. First is the revenue side, and then the second is the practical side. Legally, we are not advising counties that they have the authority to pass a continuing resolution. So if that's true, there's no authority on that one way or the other, but there's certainly no permission to do that. So if they don't have that authority, then they have to pass a budget by July 1. As Todd just pointed out, there's not going to be any decent revenue forecast to base a July 1 budget on. So a practical concern that maybe this committee could look at is there anything we can do to buy them more time or even allow them to do a continuing resolution? Without a continuing resolution, we're advising they just pass last year's budget, which is essentially the same thing. Though how do you increase revenue in a future budget if you're able to do so? Those are questions we don't have the answers to. I do have some suggested solutions, but I don't know if
You'll be back up to
Okay.
talk about suggested ideas and along the
But
others.
basically,
Thank
I think we're in the same boat. All of our revenue sources are getting hit, and there's some practical issues that we're facing, how to even hold a public hearing during the budget process,
you.
which is
You
required by
got the
law.
same issues with accommodations tax and hospitality tax
Correct.
as well, too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that's kind of an overview from local government. Not too many surprises there with budgetary issues, and especially some that are particularly sensitive to business, namely hospitality accommodations and business licenses, of course, too. Switching to education, we've got a number of folks here. Maybe Dr. Ross, perhaps I can start with you since you're really on the ground there, if you don't mind. And we have education with you. Of course, the college is here as well. All right. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, and I like to say we all talk about our new normal. Well, remote learning is that new normal now, and whether it's a pandemic or we're dealing with severe weather, we do see a lot of years where our students are away from the building. I appreciate Superintendent Molly Spearman giving us the outline of how many districts of the 81 that have the ability to do the remote learning through technology. However, we have a number of districts who don't. And even within the districts that do, we find that we haven't heard from some of our students since March 13th. Yeah. And so education is connection, and we see that for the benefit of our state, K-12 education is an economic engine to our state by creating the producers of tomorrow. And so there's so many opportunities when we get to the solutions part I would like to talk about. In consultation with superintendents around the state, there are some solutions to help make sure that we can connect our students. Every crisis has its negative impacts, but if you look closely, there are opportunities. And so I look forward to the conversation about the opportunities to make sure that every student in South Carolina is connected and educated if we have to rely on remote learning.
Good. You said solutions, and you showed the right attitude, so we like that. That's good.
Thank you.
Dr. Artis from Benedict College, you can speak on behalf of universities.
Sure. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will certainly add my thanks to the governor for allowing our participation in his absence, and trust that someone will convey that or the record will reflect it. Just to level set a bit as it relates to higher education, it is appropriate that we be included in the governor's conversation because we're, quite frankly, small cities. We have food service, we have housing, we have hospitality, we have transportation, athletics and entertainment, you name it. The myriad of businesses that run in our communities also run on our campus. It is crystal clear at this juncture that we have been adversely impacted, certainly to the same extent, if not greater than others, by virtue of having to fully evacuate our campuses. All of our instruction has migrated to an online format, and the challenges that Dr. Ross alluded to and that Molly alluded to last week are certainly not unique to K-12 education. We have higher education students who are studying at a distance if, in fact, Wi-Fi is available to them. We have a number of students for whom there is no such access. And so those are some of the challenges that we've been facing. As we look toward solutions, we are all speeding toward the fall. Like many of your businesses, our students very much want to come back. They call on a regular basis. Is it okay? Can we come back this week? I heard the governor open the state. Can we check back in on Friday? No, you may not. While I miss you and would love to have you, a college campus isn't a campus without students. It is simply not safe because of the need for social distancing protocols. And so I hope that our conversation, as it moves forward here, will very quickly get to the solution portion. And the solution for our purposes really is not a one-size-fits-all. There can be no singular protocol that applies to all colleges and universities. We are of varying sizes, scales, and scopes, and some of the things that need to be considered: an institution's ability to deploy online and/or in-seat learning, dorm configuration. Can we offer private rooms? Ours are doubles, triples, and quads. What does that mean for us? Athletics. Are our students traveling, playing, engaging with one another? Classroom size. Molly indicated last week an 800-square-foot classroom can only house X number of students applying social distancing rules. That applies to us as well in our institutions. The demographic. Many of my students, again, are 65% of them are in-state. I know that is consistent across most of our institutions. We mostly educate South Carolinian students, but for those who come from states that are hotspots, what happens to those students? Do we allow them to cross our borders? We are porous, as you might imagine, so bringing those students back is also a challenge. Healthcare facilities, as we think about the school nurse concept and the ability to address students' unique medical needs on the campus were there to be a diagnosis on our campus. And finally, of course, athletics. We are governed by NCAA and other rules, and so there will be lots of nuances, lots of opportunities for us to contribute in meaningful ways with, again, the polar star being there is no clear one-size-fits-all. Really is a very contextual conversation, institution to institution, and so we look forward to sharing and learning from all of you.
Okay, thank you. You have a chance to say a lot more about that coming up. Dr. Thornley, Trident Tech.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably as you hear Dr. Artis and as you hear Dr. Ross speak, that all of us educators are going to show there is a kinship. When I open my mouth, I am speaking for the technical college system, but again, there's a kinship among all educators. When I open my mouth, also I'm reflecting the spirit and the tone of Tim Hardy, the head of our system, because we're on the same page with this. When we heard Dan Elsey last Thursday, he talked about we went from a 2.6 unemployment rate, one of the best in the nation, the governor has reminded us, to April the 18th that week, and we had a 73,000 number of people seeking unemployment. And what's stunning about that is 22% of them had no return to work date associated. They're going to need help. So what does a tech system do? We were formed to educate the individual and then go stir up the whole statewide economy. That's what we do. We do that with hundreds of programs that range from 2 months to 2 years. So our goal is to get the student back in school by trusting it's the place he ought to be or she ought to be and can be, get a job as quickly as humanly possible, pay taxes so that the counties and the state have some revenue, and let's restart our economy. And I can say a lot more about that as we get further on. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We have a number of folks representing public and private education entities that are out there, if you want to say something now, or if you'd rather say something, of course, we're going to be getting into the problem-solving part of it too. But if anyone wants to say, making kind of an overview of something that hadn't been said, okay, feel free to. Oh, both microphones are well attended. Go ahead. Okay, good.
Thank you for having us here today. My name is Michael Aquilano, and I'm with the Catholic Diocese, but I'm going to speak on behalf of the non-public schools, K-12 schools. We did a survey of all the schools in the state to see where they were. As you can imagine, we don't have tax revenues to sustain us, but when we looked at the impact on our non-public schools, we saw a $31 to $100 million loss projected next year based on us losing enrollment and them going to the public schools. So those students that leave our schools because they can no longer sustain the tuition payments going to the public school could cost taxpayers, local and state, $30 to $100 million. In addition, this year, our loss is $20 million, just as of last week, in our collection of tuition, loss of development activities, which is low compared to next year, which is in excess of $30 million based upon the loss of enrollment as well. We're expecting somewhere between 15% and 20% loss across the state. And also to remind people, I think this is something that people don't necessarily see, is that our schools serve everyone. Over 20% of our students receive some form of tuition assistance, and I can speak to several of the Catholic schools, although I won't give them too much attention because all non-publics are important. But we have a school where we provided internet to all the students. We went right to virtual right away. Most of the families who didn't have cable or internet available, we had to jump in, pay back owed bills to get their students online immediately. So we're doing all we can to get our students up and running this year, but we don't know how many of them can return in the coming year. And just as an update, we are all online and virtual, all 100% of those schools surveyed, and we have 350 private schools, K-12 in the state.
350?
350.
Wow. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That was yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Perez. I'm president of South Carolina Independent Colleges and Universities. 20 campuses, 33,000 students across South Carolina. As Dr. Artis mentioned, we are about 2/3 in state. And as Dr. Artis mentioned, we are a group of cities. This has had a tremendous impact on us. We did do a financial impact survey that we shared with the governor's office. We identified about $53 million in terms of expense and revenue impacts resulting from COVID-19. One thing I do want to make an observation about is we are cities, as Dr. Artis mentioned, and often we're actually the largest city in the region. Many of our cities are rural. So for us to be reopening and being back in business is very important to the regions where our colleges and universities are located. So, you know, if you think about, we're all familiar with hurricanes. We know when we recover from a hurricane, it gets sunny. That's when we can come back. When are we going to come back? When will it be sunny here in South Carolina and open for business again? Open our colleges, open our towns, our businesses. I very much appreciate the governor convening this group to answer those very difficult questions, but I think together we'll come up with some very powerful answers and we'll be able to move South Carolina forward and accelerate our economy. So thank you.
Okay. Appreciate those overviews from all the education folks.
It looks like maybe Scott Price wanted to say from school boards. Do the people online, there's some people who look like they were trying to speak from the.
Did you have other hands raised?
No, they're online, they're on the remote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, James, I didn't know we had people remote.
Can they speak?
Yes, sir. Was your hand
Can
raised?
you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, this is Scott Price from the School Board Association.
Oh, okay. The School Board Association.
And I just want to thank the governor for putting this together and for the opportunity to participate in this. Interestingly enough, I'm looking at the challenges that are faced by school districts in many areas of South Carolina. Local school districts are the largest employer.
Are you able to hear him, or is it just me?
Yeah,
Can't hear him.
Scott, it's very hard to hear you.
Yeah, we're having a little hard time, unfortunately, with your audio.
It's muffled.
Okay, is that better?
Seemed to, a little bit. Go ahead and try cautiously, and I'll let you know. We'll be honest with you, whether we hear you or not. We're not going to let you just stand out there.
Just let me have it, okay? Well, just in an overview, there are one of the interesting things about the research in many areas of the state. Really want to
It's not working.
Scott,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Scott, if you can send whatever, if you can type something up and send it to Zach, who you're coordinating with on that end, then I'll read it for you.
Okay, that works.
So that we can get that information out, because it's important information. We want it, obviously, for the benefit of everybody.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, then none of you have that excuse, though. It's just only we'll move on from education to law enforcement. Sheriff Lott, if you could make some comments up front just about the impact.
Mayor, real quick, we've got Rusty is on from CHE, from the Commission on Higher Education.
You think we can hear him?
We'll try. Rusty,
Okay,
can you give
okay,
us
we'll give it a
can you
try.
give us a?
Can you hear me?
Oh, you are coming. You're like the voice of God. Yeah, absolutely.
4x4. Well, I'm going to retire now after being equated to that, so thank you. Very briefly, I would just echo what my colleagues from the other institutions and sectors have said. But let me just say a couple of more things. Higher ed in South Carolina is an $85 billion plus industry and employs thousands across more than 70 campuses. As Jeff said, the importance of a college or university to local and regional economies cannot be overstated. While many institutions may be able to function by offering online education, the loss of revenue from not having students and faculty and staff on campus will have a devastating effect, not only for the institutions, but also on the communities in which those institutions reside. If we can't get higher education back on its feet quickly, we're also jeopardizing critical workforce needs that higher ed produces and creates, especially in nursing, respiratory therapy, and other allied health fields. So I appreciate the governor pulling this group together. Higher ed is a crucial part to the state's overall economy, and we look forward to working with the rest of the group to get the state back on its feet and moving forward again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We did hear you very clearly. James, anybody else on the?
That's all. I only see those two.
Okay. Switching now to law enforcement, perhaps first responders too, but Sheriff Lott?
Mayor, as we've heard around this room, educators, businesses, companies, they're all either closed down or working from home. Law enforcement, public safety have not been able to do that. We can't work from home, and we can't put up a closed sign on our door. So we've actually had to turn up what we've been able to do and balance addressing the needs of the public with crime, because crime has not stopped, but also protecting our people. The emotional and mental aspects we have to address. I think we heard that from DMH last week. And first responders, the one that we really need to look at, taking care of some of the mental aspects they have, the worries they've got. One worry they've got is that if they do catch this virus, it's not covered by workman's comp. That may be something that our legislative group can address, but we've all been told, first responders, if you catch it, you're basically on your own. You're not covered by workman's comp with it. So that creates a fear. The other fear is, as we've talked about, loss in budget and revenue is when all this is over with, who's going to be laid off? Are they going to have a job after they put their lives on the line fighting crime and this virus? Or are they going to be laid off? PPE kits, law enforcement, we tend to get it first, but we forget about our detention center officers. A lot of detention centers do not have proper PPEs, and as inmates are tested positive, some of our smaller detention centers are just not equipped to isolate a group of inmates who have it. So one of the answers may be look at regional facilities that we can all work with and have inmates that test positive basically go to one location. Having one central place where we can get information. There's so many directives that go out, And not only do the citizens get confused, we get confused, and then we have to answer. We have continuously getting calls from citizens, what is essential, what's not essential, who's in curfew. Maybe if we had one clearinghouse that we could have, or we could make a call and get that information would really help us out. We're spending a lot of time addressing those type of questions when we need to really be out here preventing crime and with high visibility. I'll tell you now, criminals have not stopped. They haven't taken a vacation for this virus whatsoever. They're still out there full force. So we've got to be out there stronger now than we've ever been. But first responders are on the front line, and we haven't been able to take any time off from this. So we need to look at the mental aspects, the emotional aspects that they're dealing with, and then the fear that they're living with every single day.
Thank you, Sheriff Lott. We have some folks from law enforcement up here also, if you'd like to add anything about sort of a snapshot of where you are budget-wise and otherwise. Anyone have a hand raised? Okay.
Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Mayor, thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. My name is Ryan Alphin. I'm the Executive Director of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Officers Association and the South Carolina Police Chiefs Association, representing 246 police chiefs across South Carolina. A few key points that I wanted to bring up and look forward to being part of the solution. Supply chain gaps for PPE for first responders. Budget shortfalls, I know that that's across the board for everybody. And then expedited testing, which we've started a little bit of, but would like to see enhanced expedited testing for law enforcement. Those are three of the main issues that were brought up by police chiefs and law enforcement across the state. I know that Jared may have some other issues as well.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor, Governor. Skipped out. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for having us and allowing me to speak. My name is Jared Bruder. I'm Executive Director of the South Carolina Sheriff's Association. We are coordinating with Sheriff Lott. He's been able to address some of our points already, but we have a few other things that we would like to address when we get down to solutions. Sharing of the protected health information, it was one that came up from DHEC. That was an issue that we had initially, but we need to address some of those things moving forward. We do have budget concerns. Obviously, the budget concerns are going to be contingent upon what happens with the counties, and because they're the ones that actually set our budgets, but we will be certainly happy to participate through this process to see how we can get some solutions moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Pam Lackey, the Ports Authority?
No, I think that the Ports Authority is in a position to certainly reflect the current status of what you all are talking about, which is, when are consumers going to get confident again? We've adjusted our expectations for this year down 20,000 containers based on what we've seen in March and April. I think the containers were down about 17% in March shipments. So we still remain somewhat optimistic, but at the same time, we're used to in the South Carolina Ports Authority seeing growth every year from anywhere from 8 to 10%. And so when we're adjusting our expectations for this year and next year down, that's big. So that we've seen lots of cancellations of, when I say lots, much more than normal, cancellations of actual ships coming. That's an unusual thing. It doesn't happen very much, but we've had at least 39 this year so far. So that's where we are from a Ports Authority perspective, but we're making plans to deal with that. We've already planned for a 10% cut in our expenses this year and are formulating our budget right now for fiscal year 21.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I ask
Yes.
Pam a question? Or I'm sorry, Lieutenant Governor. Pam, of the you said 39 ships were canceled. Is that right today? What were the?
At least that. I think there's a little bit more, but I don't have the exact number.
Would most of those be coming from Asia, you think, or were those coming from? Or do you know?
I don't have the exact number, James, broken down right now, but I could certainly get you that. But certainly in March, they call them blank sailings. The cancellations were from Asia and India, that area. And it's down across the country, every port in the country.
I mean, they're going to have the same problem in Long Beach.
Absolutely.
That we're going to have in Port and Charleston.
So until the consumers are confident to go out and start buying again, and manufacturing of those imports and our exports is back up, then it's going to continue the same.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to take a minute to tell Sheriff Lott and the rest of law enforcement in the room, just thank you for all you do. I think we it was worth pausing. You know, the governor and I have always been very vocal supporters of our law enforcement, and it just, it needs to be talked about for a second to say, as always, when the rest of us are running away from trouble, you guys are running to it. And so thank you to you and to everybody who you represent for all you're doing for our state and for keeping us safe. And please send that word out of just how thankful and grateful we are, and we are here to make sure that we have your back.
Okay. Thank you. I want to give an opportunity to members of the General Assembly Advisory Committee to ask any questions or comments on these prefatory comments we've got. Anybody? Okay. Oh, you did? Okay. Yes, sir. David, Mr. Weeks.
Hello, I'm David Weeks. I'm on the House Ways and Means Committee. One of the things we're facing the same thing in the General Assembly that you all are facing. We passed on the House side a $10.2 billion budget. And of course, we sent that budget over to the Senate, which is a part of the budget process. When we passed that budget in the House, the situation was quite different than what it is right now. And the Senate didn't even get a chance to get it because this situation came up. And so we're going to be faced with a number of situations. And what are the new projections, economic projections? They've gone down, and it looks like they may be going down some more. Of course, we expect that. But and I think the priorities also have changed a little bit since the passage of the budget on the House side. So I think that we as members of the General Assembly are going to have to look at that. And of course, you all be looking too, because there's some local government and education money that flows from that. And so we'll just have to see what those dynamics are going to be. The other issue that I'm facing with several of my colleagues is we're wondering whether or not, Mr. Mayor, a one-size-fit-all way of getting out of here, out of the situation that we're in, is going to fit, because many of us do represent counties that are more adversely impacted and may require some additional means of trying to work our way through it. And my suggestion, of course, advice is that whenever we do come up with recommendations from this body, that we are able to understand that and understand that there should be some flexibility in the structure, because some of us are hurting a little bit more than others simply because the virus has impacted our areas a little bit more.
All right. Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, Senator Davis.
Sure, this observation. We are, as Representative Weeks indicates, probably going to come back, and I think the governor's indicated this as well, come back in June perhaps to take up either a continuing resolution, perhaps a sine-die resolution. I think we should also, it'd be constructive for us to take up, provisos is the wrong word perhaps, but suspensions or modifications or things that give the agencies and the institutions the sort of flexibility that they need in order to meet the challenges of each time. I recognize that permanent statutory law right now contains constraints. We will have an opportunity, if we get called back up here in June, to take up those things to provide more flexibility. And if we could have in advance from the various groups that have spoken here today, higher ed, counties, municipalities, tech schools, if we could have in advance perhaps a brick or a list of actions that we could take that provide that flexibility, that would allow us ahead of time to review them, have conversations, and then when we come back for that CR or for that sine-die resolution, we could also take up those particular things as well. That'd be one observation I would make. So to try to do that work now to get the legislative language agreed to as much as possible, so that deliberations, you know, in terms of drafting and in terms of tweaking it, are held to a minimum.
Well, that's an incredibly good segue to the next part of our discussion, which is where the reason we're here today, which is talk about these next two items, beginning with regulatory relief and legislative changes to allow flexibilities into the system. And so that's exactly what we're going to talk about next. So thank you for that. This is the second item, and this is really where the focus of this discussion is all about, these two next items. I'd like to begin, though, with Madam Lieutenant Governor, because I know you've spoken on this topic before, but we're going to talk about, from the standpoint of local government, education, and law enforcement and agencies, flexibilities. Perhaps you'd like to make a few comments about that in terms of policy goal.
Well, you know, I know that we have done everything we can at a state level. The governor has been very deliberate and making sure that, like the Department of Revenue is doing everything they can to lessen the burdens on business by pushing back collection dates. The state has moved their collection dates on corporate and personal income tax to mirror the federal's dates. I'm more interested, because that's the one part that I don't see as much as what happens on the state level, is at the local levels. Have the local levels done things to kind of ease some of that burden on taxes and things and registrations that you're in charge of? I think it's very important, and I would also, in this, like to hear, because the governor had said to me when he talked about AccelerateSC, is he wants to make sure that as we move forward as a state, to hear from the localities, from the counties, from the cities, from higher ed, from our law enforcement, what do we do to be stronger coming out should something like this ever happen again? And I think that's the part that, while we're all in this room, would be very beneficial, is to say, where did maybe communication not go well? How do we strengthen that line of communication? How do we work more nimble with each other to have better outcomes, more streamlined outcomes? So that's what I would be excited to hear about from this group, because you are all people that have worked in line with state government. And what do you see that maybe we could have done to even maybe go a step further or make it more clear of what we were doing? I know the governor was very deliberate when he came up with the COVID-19 Resource Center. He wanted to have a one-stop shop for business to come. That's what he continues to strive for, is to have all the data in one spot to make things easy. We want to make sure we're not putting any undue burden. And how have locals done the same thing, and maybe have we duplicated our resources, and how going forward do we not duplicate our resources again? So I look forward to kind of hearing all those points.
Yeah, these are great topics for local government to talk about, and I'm sure everybody else as well. Mayor Hatley, if you'd like to address some of those up front. We have Todd here, and he has a long list he's going to talk about, and I'm sure the county association does too.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, if somebody has something in writing that they're going to present that I can share with everybody on this.
Actually, I have a copy of everything I'm going to talk about.
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
what I'd like to do is at least gather at least one copy of everything,
Right.
so that I can share it for the benefit of the group.
certainly
So
would
if
be-
you could hand me
Would you
a
like
copy or hand it to Sim, that'd be fine.
And I know Todd has it.
Okay.
I know he's got it.
And I'm sorry for that interruption. I just want to
Okay.
make sure that we get it.
Now, I brought a copy for everyone.
I like a woman that's organized.
So the topic, again, is regulatory relief, flexibilities.
May I say something?
And these are the issues that facing government, our challenges of things that we feel like we're going to have to do, and talks about reopening, and covers just about everything you can cover on the government level. But what I'd like to talk about, Lieutenant Governor, and thank you for bringing up some of these issues. It is a challenge for municipalities, and I'm sure as well as counties, because there is cash flow shortage. For instance, we have already calculated, but by the middle of May, we're probably going to see a shortfall of income of over $7 million within our city alone. So what do? We've run into problems with our business owners and operators. As I said earlier, they're not working. There's no income coming in. So we're faced with things like forgiving late payment penalties. If they can't make their payments on their water bill or any of their other bills that are paying their A-tax for last quarter or whatever, we have to forgive those late payment penalties. Also, for business license, You know, instead of doing a straight across the board, because we have a lot of businesses that are doing well. If you haven't been to Home Depot lately, or Lowe's, or any of the grocery stores, please go, because you're going to see or ride by, because they're packed. That's the only place for them to go. And then you have your places like your fast food restaurants and so forth. So those type of businesses can pay their business license fees. That keeps some flow of income coming into the municipalities. As of today, we've probably received 30% of our business license. But then you have the small companies and that just can't, the small business owners who just absolutely cannot pay their business license. So what we have done is, we've asked those, if you can't pay your business license, reach out to your municipality, because you are going to have to reach out to us anyway to pay us. So let us know. We're here to help. We have, in some instances, we have spread it out over, like if they are still open, we have spread out the cost of their business license for 3 to 4 months so that they can pay a small amount at a time. For those who are closed, we have said you don't have to, business licenses are due this month. So we have said, don't worry, you don't have to pay your business license until you open back up. And then when you get ready to open back up, you come to us and we'll work with you on how you're going to be able to pay your business license if it's spread out over 3 or 4 months. Also, with water bills, of course, we told everyone there was absolutely no way would we cut the water off. We will work through those water bills with everyone. Those are just everyday challenges that your local businesses have to that they have to look at and that we have to address, which leads us to our budget. And I was so glad that we talked about delaying our budgets or when we have to have our budgets ready. We alone have put back millions of dollars of projects on the back burner. For instance, we were going to do a $25 million addition to a sports complex. That's on the back burner. The stormwater drainage on the ocean outfalls, that's going to be pushed back. That's a $15 million project. We've got underground utilities, millions of dollars. That's pushed back. It's not just our city, but I'm sure it's all cities that are having to do that type of thing. I can go into the workforce because there's another issue with the fact that without the income coming in from the tax dollars, and that's the only way that cities have to raise money as well as states to provide for our citizens. But without that income coming in, those that we've had to furlough, it's going to be hard to bring everyone back. And I foresee it taking at least 12 to 18 months before we'll be able to bring everyone back. We've taken a major multi-million-dollar hit on sports tourism just in our area. I can't imagine what it's been for the entire state, because we've got teams that just aren't going to come from New York, New Jersey, and those type of places. And we're not even advocating for them to come. With certain sports, touching sports, those type of things that we're going to have to be real careful with. That's my answer to what we are doing as a city, which I think most communities are adjusting that way. All the problems we have, and I'll finish it with this, all of the problems we have cannot be solved until we get back to work.
Councilman Servant, you can speak perhaps to Senator Davis's comments about other flexibilities in the state you would like to have them consider. And again, we have from the County Association and the City Municipal Association, I think, again, a number of very specific ideas in terms of legislative action or executive orders or whatever we may need on that. But you had the...
Sure. Thank you, Mayor White. I think one of the biggest challenges, and I think Representative Weeks hit on it a little bit earlier, is it's really tough to pass a budget at the county level or a local level when you don't know what your revenues are going to be.
That's right.
We have a general idea of what our expenditures are because mostly the budget's made up of 75% of reoccurring expenditures, which is typically personnel. In Horry County alone, we have extended all hospitality filings, business license filings, personal property tax filings, and we have not set a date yet on when we expect businesses to pay those back. So we are working with businesses locally to extend those filings. Luckily, and fortunately in Horry County, we've put back 15% of our general fund to typically in worry of a hurricane coming, but in this particular case, it's a pandemic, and we don't know when it's going to end. But I think the biggest thing is allowing flexibility for counties to pass budgets or to extend the date or continuance of last year's budget would be very helpful.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is just because some other folks here may not know, what is there a specific statute that says you cannot pass a budget? Like, that's what I'm looking for. Like, tell me what the statute number is, and
Yeah, we would-
I can look at all these guys
Yeah.
back here and say, hey guys, can we fix that? Do we know what that is?
I think we have some discussion about that from Todd, and perhaps you do too. Okay.
If I may, thank you for the opportunity. The statute that requires the budget to be passed by July 1 for counties is 49140. And that requires all counties. Todd spoke, the majority of cities are on a July 1 to June 30.
Give us that site again, just so we...
It's section 4-9-140. Sorry, I use it a lot. And that covers the budgetary requirements, how you adopt the budget, what all you have to do, hold a public hearing, when you have to do these things by. Todd mentioned with the cities, 2/3 of the cities are on July 1. All 46 counties are on July 1 and June 30 fiscal years. So right now, the statute requires that every single one of those counties have a budget passed 3 readings with public hearing by June 30. So that's what I was speaking to earlier. That's going to present a problem, not only as in actually getting it done, finding a way to do the public hearing virtually, getting everything you need to do practically to get it done, but also is that going to be, without a continuing resolution, would that be, for lack of a better word, a worthwhile budget? Is that going to get to the intent of what the budget is if they don't know what the revenues are?
It's kind of fairy dust in terms of trying to project
Again, right
these
now, we're saying, because there is no, as far as the continuing resolution, there's no authority giving counties the continuing resolution authority. There's nothing saying they can't. There's no
things.
authority on it whatsoever.
We don't go out of session. That's why that was set up that way. Senator Davis, do you have a question? Because that is a good one to your point.
Just a brief one. In regard to the flexibility regarding continuing resolutions and passing a budget by a certain date, does there have to be some legislative flexibility given to what constitutes a public hearing, what constitutes gathering and letting the public have input before a decision is made, or does the current statute give you enough flexibility to do these things virtually without us suspending those requirements?
I think the public hearing requirements, we could probably get around through, not get around, but we could probably work with virtually through the provisions that are in the Freedom of Information Act today that allow for calling in and things like that. And counties are, and cities, I presume as well, are doing a really good job holding virtual meetings. So I do think the public hearing is, from hearing from counties, the bigger issue is having this thing all wrapped up and done by July 1 in a way that it really achieves the purposes of what the budget's supposed to do, which is set out the next year's budgetary framework when they don't have all the resources available when they pass it.
I would say on the process issue, though, everybody's reading it that way, and it's working okay. But there has been some pushback on parts of the media, and it may be that something more express in the statute going forward might be a good idea. It doesn't exactly anticipate what we're seeing now. And by the way, on a practical level, it is a tough thing, because to have a true public hearing, we just saw a moment ago with the audio issues we were having, It's hard if you've got something really contentious and a lot of people want to be there in person. So we've tried to push off many of those things over the next several months and just kind of push them down the road, but it's going to come back and get to us. But it perhaps could be more directly addressed.
We're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is the speaker saying that they cannot have a continuing resolution?
We cannot.
The county cannot have a continuing resolution?
Todd, you want to come up also and kind of do a tandem?
And Senator
on this?
Malloy, just to answer your question real
Yes.
quickly, that is what we are advising counties. There's no authority one way or the other. There's nothing, there's a specific statute that says a budget has to be done by July 1.
You see, we don't go out of session. Local government, you come,
So if
you
there's
leave
no authority,
Columbia,
then why
you
can't
need a CR, we don't get, so that's kind of how that happened. But Todd, you want to speak to that too?
Todd Glover, Executive Director of Municipal Association. We're providing the same advice to our municipalities. As Mayor White mentioned, like Congress and our state legislature has a defined term and therefore can do a continuing resolution, whereas cities and counties, we meet year-round. And so the law, and for cities, it's different than counties. Ours is 6-1-80 and 5-7-260. And those deal with notice and public hearing and also the ordinance required to pass a budget. We have some concerns on the municipal level. Not only would we have trouble adopting an accurate budget at this time, but we do have some issues as well as just transparency because of the availability of the public hearing. If we were to pass a full city budget at this point, how many of our citizens would actually be able to participate in that process with the very limited means that we have right now? So we don't think that's a very transparent picture to our citizens.
Can I ask a question, and just from Tyler to ask this question? What's been your experience over the last 2 months about y'all meeting? I mean, have y'all met virtually? Have you, and maybe Mr. Mayor, you can speak to it, y'all can speak to it as well, but I think for the benefit of addressing that issue, what's been your experience over the last 30 to 60 days?
Under the circumstances, it's been okay. People understand why you're doing it. So we're doing it, and I think all of us are having virtual meetings. But we, again, took a couple of issues. Those in the legislature, you know about our zoning issues, places where you make a lot of friends and people come out of the woodwork. We have tried to push those out because it's just difficult to get your friends and neighbors to come down to a meeting and really express your opinion. So it's going okay, but just like Todd said on the budget, when you do something really important that people want to be there, I'm sorry, but a lot of people are never going to feel like they had a say, no matter how well you do it.
Mr. Mayor, I have a practical question, I think. If you push off passing the budget because of all the reasons you've said, which sounds like the right thing to do, but you don't have a continuing resolution at the local level, how can you spend money in July? Or does it shut down the government like federal government?
Well, you have recurring sources of revenue. At some point,
you don't have a budget
I
to
think
spend.
it would be a very temporary situation because at some point you're going to have to set that millage rate sometime in September, October. So I think at most you're looking at probably 90 to 120 days of extension.
And to be clear, from the county side, we're not advising anybody to not pass a budget. Assuming they can't do a continuing resolution, and I don't know that they can, but let's assume they can't, we're advising they just pass last year's budget. The statute does allow for you to come in the budgetary year and pass a budget amendment. So what we're advising is pass last year's budget now, and then come back in July, August, September, and amend if you need to.
So that's your version of continuing resolution?
Especially a version of but the question is, the statute, you can only adopt the millage. This is what Todd was getting to. By statute, it only contemplates adopting the millage by July 1. So if you're not wanting to raise the millage or you don't know what that's going to look like on July 1, you might lose that ability to do that in a budget amendment.
But that's not a good solution. That leaves a lot of issues unaddressed and questions still unresolved because you haven't made a decision. You're just passing last year's budget and you've still got things you want to make changes to.
But can I just ask, are you feeling kind of the same thing at the county level too? Would you say the experience is the same?
I think we've adapted pretty well to virtual meetings. We're hosting all of our meetings on WebEx, then televising them through the local government channel. We actually had our budget retreat, which we had all day talking about future budget issues in Horry County about a week and a half ago, which was set in stone probably back to the early part of this year. But I think the major point is it's very difficult to forecast where we're at. And this is a snap, a moment in time where we're at right now. You know, I hope 30 days from now we're back open and the economy is rolling and people are back to work and we're collecting accommodations taxes, hospitality taxes, et cetera. As it relates to emergency resolutions, I mean, at the county level, just like during hurricanes, we've passed an emergency spending resolution to allow staff to be able to go out there and spend dollars necessary as it relates to COVID, buying PPE equipment for police and for EMS. And so we've done the necessary steps to be able to spend money during this time, but it is very difficult to project
Can you
future
have a
expenditures and
multi-year
revenues.
budget?
Mr. Chair.
Ma'am?
I was asking, can you have multi-year budgets at the county and city level? I'm just wondering for the future, that might be something to consider. I'm sorry.
You
Sorry,
can.
Senator Malloy.
Some counties do. I don't know.
Sure.
That might be, anyway.
I mean, from our perspective, what we're looking at is we're looking at actually lowering our business license fees right now to lower the burden on businesses in Horry County. And so one of the discussions that we had last week in our budget retreat was how can we lower the burden of taxes on businesses in Horry County to help them stay in business? Because the more businesses that we can keep afloat during this time that are back running and operational 30 or 60 days from now, the more jobs the residents of Horry County are going to have and the more tax dollars we're going to be able to get. So we're trying to get creative in ways to encourage economic growth in our area, at the same time trying to forecast expenditures and making sure that we provide the necessary services to local government.
And Mayor, I wanted to be clear, I think going back to Senator Davis, when he was talking about, the governor was clear, and it kind of ties into Pam, from a state level, he won't allow the government to shut down. So he is, you know, if the General Assembly doesn't come back down by June, then he will call them back. Because from what I heard him saying, he was very adamant that he would not allow state government to shut down. So I know it said he may call us back. It may come back in June. And I'm sure he'll be coming back and he can even speak for himself. But what I heard, he was very deliberate on not allowing that to happen here in South Carolina. But if the General Assembly didn't come back on their own.
I'd like to address that.
Senator Malloy.
2 points, Mr. Chairman. One, what we have outstanding is a sine die resolution possibility. So we're still got a couple of weeks left. And so if the Senate and the House comes up with some resolution, then the governor won't have to call us back. Then only the Speaker and the President will be able to do so. The Senate has passed the sine die resolution and sent it to the House. The House is considering it. Both have ended up sending continuing resolutions. Those are some things that have to be worked out. There's 3 criteria that we have where the session can be extended past May 14, which is the date that's in the statute. For those that's interested, that's 21180. On the issue that we end up having now, it seems like the question presented is that whether or not the council can end up operating under continuing resolution. I think that's a question that's before this body. Then the answer is that let's get a legal opinion as to whether or not it can happen from the Attorney General or someone. My reading of this statute, at first glance, says that you can, because it says you can make supplemental appropriations, that you could end up having a budget, basically, and then it goes further. But so right now, as we have had this question that come before us, and I don't want to belabor it, the 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph says the council may make supplemental appropriations which shall specify source of funds and appropriations. And it goes further on to talk about supplemental appropriations during the course of the year for the capital budget. What I heard council say is that, one, that they don't know whether it does or does not. Right. And so it's like my dad said, we asking permission or forgiveness. And I think that what happens is in order to end up making it work, I think that what it reads is saying that, yes, preliminarily, Mr. Chairman, I think that so that we don't get hung up on it, because nobody really knows now. Let's get a legal opinion. You put your legal mind on it. I think that they probably can, but they are hesitant to advise the counties that.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you. Okay. I think we've sort of beat that horse to death. We got the points on that. And it really was 2 separate issues. Oh, yes, Senator Davis.
Tyler said, in regard to the revenues that are going to come in to help you meet your expenditures, I anticipate in the next week or 2, Congress will be discussing an appropriations bill that in part will be providing assistance downward to counties and municipalities. And I guess it would depend upon how that appropriations bill is worded, but to the extent that any sort of legislative delegation of authority or discretion is given to the governor, or needs to be given to the governor, so that money flows freely, that may be something you want to look at, depending upon what the language of that congressional appropriations bill is, because if there is a degree of legislative control or component to it, that's something that we ought to address when we come back in June to give the governor flexibility, so there's no hiccup in terms of that money being allocated, I would assume, by the governor to the municipalities and counties.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that a lot in the next item on the agenda. It's a good question. On one hand, it might solve everybody's problems. On the other hand, it just continues to cause some difficulties. But good discussion on both those matters. One is about the public hearing aspect. I think basically people are handling that pretty well. It's just the laws may not be as express about it as they might be, but it's going about as well as it could be expected. But the issue of when the revenues come in and whether it makes for a meaningful budget that's maybe the bigger issue. Continuing resolution, whether it's real or not.
If I could propose something, Mr. Mayor, if anybody, if you have something to get, rather than hand it out, because I want to make sure that we're properly, social, just bring one copy over here. I will take care of scanning it, sending it out, so we don't have to worry about, passing things around. I would also propose if we could take about a 3-minute break, and then a 3-minute bathroom break for folks. Is that okay? Yes. Maybe for no other person than for me.
No, I am always in favor of that action during a meeting. So let's do that for 3 minutes. Fine, thank you. And we come back, I want to, if Todd and you and Scott would stay at the microphones. We'll get right back to you. Still on the first topic.
provide to the group writ large, you can get you can just get Sim a copy of it. I will make sure that we send it out to everybody so that everybody has the benefit. I don't want to pass any individual papers out today, just because
It's not a good idea.
I'm trying to, it's social distancing 101, and I'm following it.
Yeah, Governor, welcome back. We're having a lively discussion about regulatory relief. We're still on the topic of local government, and right now we have Scott and Todd at the microphones, and I want to ask them to come back to the microphones and perhaps move on to other aspects of that. I think you both have lists which will be provided to the committee, but Scott, you want to start? You don't have to go over everything in the list, but there are a few specific items, and that's what the governor and Ms. Evette said they wanted to see specifics, so we shall do that. Okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I know Todd's got specifics.
Okay, did you say Scott?
I'm sorry, yeah. I'm sorry, Josh.
Yeah, thank you. That's,
I'm sorry.
I get confused very
Got a lot
easily.
of names here.
One of the things that, another issue as far as loosening up revenue that might be there, the Constitution and state law allows counties and cities, for that matter, to issue tax anticipation notes, which are essentially a mechanism to leverage property tax revenue. So if you can predict a certain amount of revenue is going to come in January, you might can get a note from the bank in the beginning of the fiscal year to kind of get you to that collection time. The only authorization that is there is for property taxes. Opening that up to other revenue sources, particularly like Tyler was talking about in Horry County, A&H tax, and some of the other penny taxes, if you're able to leverage that, that would give more flexibility for those other revenue sources.
That's a big deal if you were able to do that.
It would be a big deal, but it is a big deal, but.
Okay, thank you. Josh, Todd, you want to?
Is that all your list?
Oh, well, I was going to just kind
That's a lot.
of go back and forth.
Oh, okay.
It'd be hard to beat that one. Okay.
One of the additionals, I know we've talked about this, is more flexibility on spending hospitality tax and accommodation taxes. Right now, we're limited by law to hospitality type expenditures on that money, and some of the smaller municipalities that reside in counties that don't have the higher accommodation tax collections can only spend up to about 50% or only 50% on police and fire protection. And so while we're having smaller revenues come in, some at least temporary release of those restrictions could be the only revenue source standing between cities raising a millage rate or actually being able to use that revenue. Right now, we are seeing a lot of fast food restaurants that are still able to serve through drive-throughs and to go. And that's mostly supported by locals because the people are not traveling right now. So easing.
It would. I mean, I think in general, the general aspect would be event here. So I mean, we would like some flexibility that can be provided to us and be able to come back as things arise. It's just one. A huge hit to local budgets, so if they can just keep that in mind, it's already in the CRs, so we certainly appreciate putting that CRs. If their revenue sharing with us is going to stay flat, they're obviously holding that 1% hit in abeyance, so to speak.
The temporary suspension.
Temporary suspension. We're not asking out of the statute
Still
or
makes them all
anything.
very nervous, though.
But yeah, we're not asking for the pension fund not to be fully funded, but any sort of delay as the revenues are also delayed will be a big help in that search for flexibility.
Okay, that's very specific, James Burns. And you got some others, Todd, real quick?
Yes, very much in agreement on the 1%. One issue is the local government fund, which provides a lot of money to both counties and cities, is broken up on a quarterly basis. And if those funds could be provided earlier on into the fiscal year rather than broken up into the 4 quarters, that could provide needed revenue to local governments. And the way it's broken up now, I believe the 3rd quarter payment is actually received on January 1st. So actually front-loading some of that local government fund money to the local governments would only accelerate that money by 3 months.
And there is a proviso that was actually from the 2008 recession that allows the General Assembly, or frankly, the General Assembly allows the Treasurer to front load it. And for that specific purpose, because as I mentioned earlier with the tax anticipation notes, most of the local government revenue through property taxes doesn't come in until January. So if you front load the local government fund, that gives them a little more money on the front end. And then when the property tax revenues you get come in, you have less on the back end, and it just kind of allows them to float that tough period the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year. Excuse me.
Can I ask this question, Mr. Mayor, real quick?
Yes.
Like, so if you were able to get that flexibility, or if they're front loading the local government funds, are you then saying that, hey, look, the relief that we've been providing to businesses right now, we're going to continue that relief so that they can continue to get up and running? I mean, because again, what are we doing to help kind of revitalize the businesses? Like, are we going to continue to kind of keep the government off the businesses' back? Is that what you envision by getting this flexibility and getting this type of front-loaded funding?
Well, yeah. Let me be clear. I can't guarantee that any county will do anything. I know that a lot of them are looking at providing small business relief, providing loans to small businesses, and the ones that can do that are trying to do that. There's, South Carolina's a rural state. Many of the counties just don't have the capabilities of doing that. So I think you have both. I think you'll have counties that they'll use that flexibility to provide relief to their business community, and I think some counties will just use it simply to keep from going under.
And Mr. Chairman, I would add that I can't guarantee that all cities would do that either, but right now their ability to extend the collection dates, which a number of them are doing, is only based upon them being able to live off their fund balance. And that fund balance is, in some cases as low as 30 days, in some cases as high as 120 days. But that's going to be the extent to which they can extend that courtesy to those businesses without taking a hit. So I'm sure that flexibility with revenue would provide them the ability to extend those courtesies to businesses further out.
And it might also allow them to not issue a tax increase, which they might have the capability of doing, which would obviously be a break on all taxpayers if the front-loaded state shared revenue or any sort of flexibility provided any relief from having to increase taxes.
Okay, those are very important points, but thank you. Anything else, Todd, on your magical list?
Yeah, just a couple of others. state revolving loan fund payments, many of our municipalities took to heart the governor's order to mainly utilities not to cut off electricity, and they are not cutting off water and sewer. And we've had municipalities with as many as 1,000, 2,000 delinquent accounts. And so if some considerations could be made, because these water and sewer systems are backed by the state revolving loan fund, if there's some way that is our municipalities are maybe struggling to make those payments because of delayed payments on those delinquent accounts, if we could look at something. We don't have a direct answer on that, but that came directly from a mayor who is very concerned about his water utility revenues and his ability to make debt payments to the loan fund.
Okay, that's very good. Pam, I believe you had a question or comment.
One question I had, and maybe this is on your list of things that the counties and cities are doing already, but education institutions too. When I was talking about the port earlier, I failed to mention that one of the things that we did immediately when the market situation and the financing and interest rates started changing was refinanced our debt and have saved $500,000 a year on our debt that we were already paying on. So I just wonder if cities and counties have jumped on that opportunity, because that's one way to help balance that budget. And it's, we want to do it before it goes back up, I guess.
Yeah, interest rates are so low right now. If you haven't looked at that,
we're going to save $7 million on that one loan.
Yeah. Number of refinancings going on right
$500 a year.
now.
I mean, they're almost giving money away. So yeah, some good advice on that. Anything else, you gentlemen?
The last thing I would mention is, in a conversation I've had with several mayors towards the end of last week, is access to more testing. I know of at least 3 mayors who contacted me last week with a direct concern, especially within the African American community, of a higher disproportionate rate of COVID-19 illness within the African American community. And their concern specifically was, as we began to open up the economy to business, they were worried that many in their African American communities would still be hesitant to come out because of the higher number of infections amongst that community. So they were asking for at least access to more testing.
And I think that's going to come up for discussion in the next item. But on the topic of flexibilities, anybody else from the local government side before we switch over to education? Okay, education. Dr. Thornley, you had some comments, and I believe you've got a representative, Dr. Thornley, out here too.
Well, when Senator Davis brought up the whole notion of regulatory relief, legislative changes, and flexibilities, Rusty Mulholland seems to have left us after he was God once. He didn't choose to stay and be God a second time. He's gone. But for all of higher education, Rusty has led the charge to come up with a list of changes that we could suggest that would legislatively help all sectors of higher education. So I wanted to mention that. And specifically, the technical colleges have a very specific list of regulatory reliefs that would make us more nimble and give us flexibility that would certainly help. I don't have that list with me because, James, I didn't realize we needed that today, but we can get it to you. Tim, maybe you've got it memorized? Okay. We'll get you a list.
Yes, ma'am.
But we've already paid a lot of attention to that and would appreciate the chance to get some flexibility. Thank you.
How many pages is your list? Just
It's not as long as the counties and the municipalities.
Okay, appreciate it. I just wondered. Anyone else out there on education, higher education? Okay, now other yeah. Dr. Ross.
Well, I think there's a lot within the continuing resolution regarding the flexibility that we need, specifically on testing, assessment, and reporting. However, to someone who can speak a little bit more detailed about that, kind of in a global context, Katie Niles from the department, if you could come and speak to that.
This is the topic of regulatory flexibility.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Katie Nilgis. I'm at the Department of Education. Like Dr. Ross said, we had some language in the continuing resolution on both sides. It was identical that mentioned specific flexibilities that the state superintendent would be able to have. That included the areas of Chapter 18, Title 59, which is where you can find the accountability section. So that's the assessments and the report card data. So far, we've received some waivers from the federal government relating to suspending the testing or the assessments for the spring, and then also for the report cards. Our plan is to use the same report card rating for this year that they received last year. And so the I guess unique situation we're in is that although the federal government has given us those waivers, these requirements are still in state law. So the continuing resolution, the language in there would pretty much take care of every problem. Not every problem, most problems we've run into. So just to keep that in mind. And then I mentioned to Dr. Ross as well that this superintendent has a task force looking at how to reopen schools in the fall. And as a part of that task force, there is an advisory committee that will handle looking specifically at policy recommendations and school finance recommendations, because that's, like it's been said, a huge problem and an unknown at this point too. And I do want to just reiterate that all the concerns that were shared before, we just, echo all of those. I didn't want to be repetitive, but just so you know, we're feeling all of those concerns, and just to mention too that there's a ton of impacts that we can't see right now. They're going to be present when school opens back up in the fall.
So Dr. Ross, I'm going to ask you a question. The impact of with our now school is no longer, kids will not be in school for the rest of the year, so they're learning virtually. In some instances, they're getting packets, those kinds of things. Do we have a sense of like the impact that has on households of either a single parent or maybe only the supervising parent or something like that, that if they go back to, or if they're working right now, or is there thought being given to that kind of child care proposition that's a real thing that impacts families as they go back to work?
I think it's a huge impact, opening the economy with schools at distance learning format. Looking at the guidance on how child care centers actually open and a distance or physical distancing protocol will be very helpful to help other places open up to meet the needs of those parents returning to work. In terms of students and parents and families, this is unprecedented times. We've missed 30% of the school year. And, you know, we've seen whether you have a household that has high school only education or not high school education in terms of the parents, or parents with doctorates. Everyone's kind of struggling to teach. We really appreciate our teachers for what they do day in and out. I think that within those numbers of school districts that are having e-learning, we still got to recognize that 62% of our students are living in poverty in our public schools. And that school system may have the e-learning format, but those students do not. And so, as we heard last week, the need to meet the needs of our special education students, to meet the needs of the students who now need social services. We saw the number of referrals to DSS has gone down, but we know that the number of instances, as Sheriff Lott stated, has not. We do need this ability to be connected to our students to not only help with the delivery of education, but delivery of the social-emotional supports and the special education supports.
So would under 18-59, like with respect to students with special needs or that have IEPs or things like that, will that flexibility, does that kind of resolve a lot of the issues, you know, that's in the CR, or is that a whole nother host of issues that we're not even addressing?
It's a whole other pot. So the special education is mostly, you're going to find all of that in the federal law. So that's the IDEA, the Individual Disabilities Education Act. So that's all going to be federal. And the U.S. Department of Ed has given a lot of guidance on how we need to address those issues. And our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. John Payne, and his office, the Director of Special Education, Becky Davis, they've been really great at making sure that that guidance is being given to school districts. And we're communicating with the U.S. Department, letting them know that there's going to be some things that there's going to need to be flexibilities on, but most of that's in the federal law.
Okay. Thank you. You said you were private schools, and
we were speaking about child care. We've got 1,281 child care centers licensed. 53% of them are open. Yes. No, I'm sorry, that's not wrong. 1,280 child care centers are closed. That's 53% of them in the state.
And Mr. Chairman, that's another, that brings up another issue that's kind of been on my mind that covers all the different areas. And that's as we open up, whether it's in a phased rolling approach for business and schools, or whether it's all at once, do we have a handle on what level of capacity in our state we have for professional cleaning services? That's one thing I was wondering about, because I know some, folks will be doing their own cleaning and they know the protocols and all that, but then there are going to be a lot of businesses that may feel they don't have the experience in that, or the daycare centers may not have the staff or the experience to do it. So I was just curious about that. It might be interesting to see if we could do an inventory of professional cleaning capacity. What are the companies in the state, and how much can they do as we determine whether to open on a rolling basis or whether we determine to open all at once?
I see Director Farr's out there. Is that something that we license in the state? A professional cleaning?
Like a Stanley steamer type thing.
Okay.
they're not regulated.
They're not regulated at all?
So we don't know. Okay.
On that point, that's one reason that we decided to close the schools through the end of the year, because with how many students?
Yeah, 800.
almost 800,000 students in 1,200 schools. The idea of having to clean every school every day, every surface, every doorknob,
Right.
every desk, every chair, everything, with all those hands touching everything, was virtually impossible and certainly unaffordable.
You need about $1 billion for that, don't you?
And that's going to be the
Which
case
we'll,
with some
which we'll talk about.
offices,
Yeah.
too.
Exactly right, yeah.
But we can get probably from one of the other groups, I
That's
think
right.
there's talent on there that reaches into that area. We'll get an answer to that question.
Okay, Dr. Artis, did you want to?
No, as I pointed out to you earlier, Mayor White, agility is not our challenge in the private education sector. However, I would urge that, again, the theme of flexibility as it relates to the higher education tuition grants program, how we calculate grade point averages, et cetera, continue. I think as we see HEAP funding continue in the legislature, continued flexibility. So essentially, I'm asking you to do what the feds are doing. Give us some flexibility to use those dollars in the best possible way and allow us to not divest students of their scholarship dollars by virtue of the fact that they have had to have pass-fail or something of that sort toward the end of the academic year. Just want to make that note.
And is that something that, Dr. Artis, that, like, do y'all have some type of language that, and again, is that a legislative change?
is.
It is?
It
Okay.
is.
So if y'all get us that language, obviously, that's helpful.
Okay. All right. Law enforcement. You get
I'm going to go back to the workman's comp. I know Senator Malloy said that he was going to check on it, the legislative side. That may be something that this regulatory, the governor's office could check on. I know the federal government recognizes now that as a line of duty death if you die from COVID-19. So the feds have already kind of laid the groundwork for that, but workman's comp is not being universal in our state on cover it. Some agencies are told no. I was told earlier DPS has already had 2 that they approved, but if you called up and asked, they're going to tell you, no, it's not covered. So that would be a big morale booster if we could get a definite answer where it is covered.
Yeah. Anything else you want to?
I think Jared Bruder from the Sheriff's Association had something he wanted to bring up.
Yeah, he's approaching the microphone now. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Chairman, I'm not sure what exactly to call you, but one of those. A couple of different things. I don't know if Chief Keel coined this phrase or if he's gotten it from somebody else, but he's always said that you don't wait until you're in the middle of a crisis to build relationships. And quite frankly, as I expressed to some of the governor's staff the other day, I don't know if we need better regulations or better relationships with some of these situations. Some of the things that we're dealing with is that quite frankly, a lot of the issues that when it comes to enforcement, the enforcement of the orders that are coming down, whether or not they're from the governor or they're from the courts, they're falling on local law enforcement to enforce those orders. We need to be able to get a little bit better communication from some of the folks that are doing that. That's not necessarily a criticism of the governor. I know that things have to come down in an emergency fashion sometimes, but even a little bit of heads up to be able to prepare for those things would be great. And again, that would also be true with the courts. We're getting some of those things, and again, they're mandatory things that we need to have in place, but we're getting those on the back end of things rather than on the front end of things. Additionally, one of the things that we had a long discussion over was the sharing of public health or private health information or protected health information. Very early on, people started getting wise, as the sheriff mentioned. Just because we have a global pandemic going on, people have not stopped when it comes to committing crimes. So when we found people committing those crimes, they got very wise and told us that they had tested for COVID-19 and they were positive, and we didn't need to book them into our jail. We had no way of confirming whether or not that was in fact true or not. So in some cases, we ended up having to release people. In some cases, we had to get them tested. In some cases, we had to book them into the jail, but we had to segregate them into a different isolation wing of the jail. That's not always available in every county. There are 44 counties, and not all of them have the availability or flexibility to do that. those are some of the things that we're dealing with. Again, we have been able to get some information from DHEC and getting those addresses. They were able to roll out a secure web portal, and we're able to get that up and going. And I believe we have, I think it was announced, 44 or 46 counties are participating in that. It is helpful. We're able to look it up based on the address, not an individual, but some of that other protected health information would be very important for us to continue to receive and maybe even drill down a little bit more. I think it's worth noting that law enforcement, first responders deal with sensitive protected information every day, maybe not health information, but sensitive information nonetheless. And we are able to treat that with professionalism and not disclose people's private or protected information. So we would likely be able to do that same thing with this information as well. When it comes to more regulation or more of a statutory point, there was a provision that was made in the emergency provisions that were passed by the General Assembly that allowed individuals who had retired and come back to work. They could come back until, I believe it was September 1st. If we're going to continue to push that, we may want to look at pushing that date out as well. I don't know, honestly, how many people have taken advantage of that. There may not have been a lot of people take advantage of that because it was a short time frame, but you know, retirements have not stopped. Separations have not stopped. Our ability to get people in and out of the academy has slowed. They've had to take a break just as other institutions of learning have. So we need to be able to bring back people that can go back and help us immediately, and sometimes that is the individual who retired before this happened. So I think those are just a handful of things that we're dealing with. Overall, I think, you know, clarity in the order again. I know that there's a lot of things that come out in the order. We just need to be able to make sure that we're applying that equally across the board, and we've done that fairly well with the governor's assistants and with the governor or the assistants from SLED and the Attorney General's office and getting some of the opinions out there. But that's been the #1 priority that I've heard from the field.
You're getting officers through that pipeline at the academy is always a problem for law enforcement, cities and sheriff. I hadn't thought about that.
They were able to really do away with the backlog there. They had done away with that because they had implemented actually distance learning for the first 4 weeks. So we did not have a backlog, but now we've had to suspend that for the better part of a month. They're still doing some of the e-learning stuff, but they cannot do the hands-on practical issues. They have agreed just a couple, I guess it was last week, to bring a class back that was almost done in the process. So they're going to start some back and doing it there. But again, that's not accepting new applicants. That's not accepting new people. And of course, that's a process that has to continue to get new applicants in process there.
Right. Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Question?
I'd make one comment that the system, that 9/11 system, was something that we invented during the course of this after learning of the needs of law enforcement and first responders. Makes perfect sense. If there's information available, that they are called to a place where there's been a positive test in the last 14 days, then it'd be very helpful to know about that. Turns out about 10% of the people, I think it's around 10%, that tests have no address is known for them. So, but these are dated numbers, but this is a few days ago, and it goes up dramatically every day, but over 80 different entities have signed up. The way it works is the dispatcher will, when a law officer or first responder is going to a location, they are called to an address typically, if it's a home address, and they will, I call it, they ping DHEC, and DHEC will ping back whether there has been someone that tested positive at that address in the last 14 days, and it's just like that. And as of a few days ago, there'd been over 13,000, maybe 14,000 total address searches from those who are on the system. Some who are on the system have not used it yet. But it's really a terrific, and it's immediate response. And it reveals nothing about no privacy type information is revealed, but the location is. So it's I presume and have heard that's been a very big help.
It has. It's been a huge help, and I appreciate your help in getting us that system, because that you definitely played a major role in getting us there. There continue to be certain circumstances where we need to know if an individual has tested positive or not. And again, you know, they can make the claim, but we really have no way of knowing that. And if we don't have the way to isolate them inside our jail, we run the risk of contaminating the rest of the jail. And that's certainly not something that we want to do. So that was one of the reasons we mentioned to Sheriff Lott that we may want to look at in the future, if we do have a second wave of this come in the fall, maybe having a regional option of a facility that does have room and can take people that need to be quarantined. Maybe we can set it up and provide them with some funding or resources to be able to do that, so that each individual of the 44 counties don't have to deal with an isolation wing inside their detention center.
Yeah. That's a good point for the next discussion as well, but thank you for that. We have, before, Madam Mayor, we have Rusty Mulholland's been very patient. He's our virtual participant.
Sure.
As I wanted to give him a chance to participate.
Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you. Well, that was, try again. I think that was coming in pretty well.
Okay. I'll just, the continuing resolution that the House had passed and sent to the Senate, I think included a number of measures that would be very helpful to higher ed, including some flexibility with state HR policies that could include voluntary separations, retirement incentives, or time-limited furlough programs. I know similar relief was provided during previous economic downturns. And it would give the institutions a tool to be able to address some of the challenges they'll be facing. Another suggestion we had, and I have this, I'll share it with get it to Sim or Zach, so it can be shared with the whole group. Give the institutions the discretion to create leave forgiveness for permanent employees who have depleted their sick and annual leave during the crisis because their job could not be done remotely. And one other thing I'll just mention, allowing institutions the flexibility to move money between account funds during FY21. This would give them some flexibility to continue service and operations as they try to adapt to an uncertain summer and fall schedule. I believe it was President Artis mentioned too about looking at scholarship requirements and so forth. To the extent CHE has authority through regulation to provide some relief and some forgiveness, some flexibility, we were trying to do that to look at it very carefully so we can help students. Unfortunately, there are several provisions that could be perhaps very helpful to students that are in statute, and thus we have no authority to change. We're putting together proposals now that we will share with the General Assembly in the event that they do come back soon and would have an opportunity to look at those.
Okay, thank you very much. We heard you loud and clear too. That was good. Mayor.
Yes, I just wanted, excuse me, I just wanted to add what our concerns are as far as municipalities. One of them is the court backlog. There would be a backlog of cases, as we know. Some may not have the ability to pay fines. Payment plans may need to be worked out. Plans would need to be managed by our already overburdened court staff. Our backlog could result in overcrowded jails, as we just heard, and which, of course, could lead to a spread of the COVID-19. Possible prioritizing a home-based incarceration might be an answer to help with the problem.
Okay. Any other regulatory from outside our domain here? Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, can we call on Director Farr from LLR,
Yeah.
because
I was looking at it right now. That's
okay,
why
great, thank you.
That was my cue for her. Anyway, she's even got regulation in her name, so we didn't want to forget her.
lucky enough to have that. Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mayor, and to the governor for letting our agency help assist this committee as much as we can. I thought I'd just offer some examples of the regulatory flexibility that as a state agency we've been able to provide the state during this pandemic, and then some other thoughts that I've sort of put together as we've been discussing over the last couple of hours. From an administrative side, for the agency, what we were able to do, and these are either things that we were able to do on our own in light of the unusual situation that we're all in, or through the governor's executive order that gave us a lot more flexibility with our regulations. But from an education standpoint, we certainly deal with continuing education for all of the licensees. So at LLR, we license pretty much every profession in the state other than lawyers and one or two others. So we do deal with everything from the cosmetologists to the nursing and medical staff, physicians, all of those are licensed through our agency. And so those continuing education requirements for renewing a license, we've offered a lot of those to be able to be done online and virtually. We've extended the renewal deadline for all of our licenses until September 30th of this year, allowing licensees to certainly go ahead and renew if they want to, but giving that flexibility so that they don't have to worry about the continuing education costs or the cost of renewing. We've also been working with the technical school systems, making sure that nursing schools have full discretion to help nursing students complete their credits through simulations rather than in-person clinicals, and also relaxed other in-person school requirements that might be otherwise required for some of our licenses. And also just from responding to the pandemic of the needs of our medical staff. The medical board and the nursing board had taken a lot of efforts to relax regulations where possible to assist with responding to the pandemic itself. So what that meant is, for example, we relaxed telehealth requirements to allow telemedicine to treat individuals. We expanded it across to optometry and dental and speech language pathology, physical and occupational therapy, giving opportunities for those professions to still operate, but through telehealth opportunities. We also have an emergency temporary license process that we put in place for physicians, physician assistants, nurses, and respiratory care practitioners. And since the beginning of offering those, we've issued over about 250 emergency licenses to respond, to bring, basically it relaxes any state requirements as long as someone has a license in good standing in another state. And also relax some of the red tape, if you will, to scope of practice requirements for physician assistants and nurse practitioners to give hospitals more flexibility as they were as they continue to prepare for this pandemic, to be able to utilize those physician assistants and APRNs to assist during this crisis. And I think it's worthy of noting that in our state, it was the medical boards and the nursing board that did this with relaxing the regulations, whereas in every other state, it's been done through executive order. So I think it's something for our state to be proud of, in the fact that our boards really relaxed those as far as they felt like they could, given the statutory limitations that were in front of them. So that's just on the licensing side, but I think it's also important to note for this committee that our agency is not just the professional occupational licensing side. We also have OSHA, and South Carolina OSHA's program has been working tirelessly to put together fact sheets. As you can imagine, they're getting more and more busy as folks are looking of how they can safely return to the workplace. I think, Governor, the new site that you're working to put together to really pool all the information. These fact sheets would be great to be available there. We've been working really hard, in addition to just relaxing the regulations, of trying to get the information out there. We've been e-blasting our licensees often about information, either from the governor's office or within the agency, putting it on our website, doing all that. But I think, as been expressed by many, it's difficult to make sure the public has the right information about what is going on. And I think that central hub will be all that more helpful to making that happen. And we also have state fire. I would note for the committee, I know we've got Sheriff Lott and the Sheriff's Association represented, but I think it would be great to have the Firefighters Association or a fire chief to be representative on this committee to offer thoughts from that standpoint of first responders and concerns that they may have from a governance perspective. They're also responding to home calls and such like that. I think that would be worthwhile information for the committee. But we have the State Fire Academy underneath our agency, so echoing a lot of what the Criminal Justice Academy was talking about, we have been, we've had to cancel recruit school, but we have been able to continue mission critical online training for our firefighters throughout the state. So that mission critical are those courses required in order to get those recruits employed at a local fire station or fire department. We've still been able to offer those platforms and give kind of virtual instruction and virtual grading and exam administration. But like the Criminal Justice Academy, it's limited as far as the skill side. So that's something we'll have to continue to look at. I think that addresses all the other different points I pulled.
That's as good as the higher education 50-page list they have, so that's very good. That's outstanding. Yes?
Can I make a comment on that?
May.
At Trident Tech, we have the largest nursing program in the state, followed by the University of South Carolina right here. And we were incredibly pleased with the relaxation of those licensing requirements and letting us use simulation. And I have a prediction, and my prediction is the NCLEX scores that the nurses have to take to be certified, they will not decline. South Carolina has for 30 years been ahead of the national average, way ahead, like double digits ahead. And I predict with these relaxed standards that we will still be way ahead.
And I think one of the questions that may come up with the protection component to find out from our healthcare sector is, has there been a delta that we've closed the gap on the number of, because I mean, our healthcare professionals are just, probably under a lot of stress. And so if there's been a delta there, have these by relaxing these requirements, Governor, have we been able to help close that delta to make sure we've got full staffing of healthcare? And candidly, something that has been mentioned before is, what's our surge capacity, right? I mean, because there's people talk about, the what's next kind of thing, but I think the governor has mentioned, at least on background, about our surge capacity to be able to address this in the future. And so,
yeah, I'll mention that now. Our surge capacity in the hospitals is terrific. I mean, the innovations and the cooperation among all of them. I think we have 68 acute care hospitals in the state, but we have thousands of empty beds, and I think we have 331 people on ventilators now. I believe we have about 1,000 other ventilators available. So that's one place where we are as ready as we are in most anything, and that is in that surge capacity. And the hospitals, in fact, they decelerated at our request, and because it was a wise thing to do, to make room, they decelerated on their elective surgeries. And it wasn't required, but they did it, and they learned how to move down, and now so they know how to move back up, and they're all moving back up with the understanding that they have a contingency plan for when and if whatever kind of surge comes, they can be ready for it in a day or 2 days. So it's really a remarkable amount of work that has gone on by our hospitals, notably led by Prisma and MUSC.
Yeah. That's our experience too locally. I know it's a great frustration to you that people are so saturated in national news and they only see and hear what's happening in New York or Indiana or someplace else. To get the local story out is very difficult. You keep talking about it over and over again. But that is the situation on capacity and those issues you read about.
Mr. Mayor, I think Representative Pope, because he's not within your eye line, he had his hand up, so.
Sure.
He told me not to breathe on him either, so.
Yeah, I did.
This is really for the governor. I just wanted to say, day in, day out, we're dealing with constituent issues, citizens, and it'll be some unique issue about employment or some other issue. I cannot tell you how much these state agencies have bent over backwards. The rank and file, much like our law enforcement, the rank and file in due, or like the Department of Insurance. I had a lady that had telemedicine, but her insurance was North Carolina, and they had telemedicine, but she didn't. We must have had 4 agencies involved, and every one of them bent over backwards. I think, they're unsung heroes, too. We hear from leadership and all of us, but I think particularly, again, Department of Workforce, DHHS, LLR, Department of Insurance, even Revenue, with the tax issues. I think this, but I think people need to hear it. Those folks are, you're not getting the standard. I called a government office and couldn't get an answer. I mean, these people are working hard, and I try to tell them all the time we appreciate it, but I know you do too.
Yeah, thank you. They're doing a fantastic job.
Okay, we ready to move into the next big one, which is maybe the most important one. We're asked to delve into, if you look at your agenda pack on number 4, Roman numeral 4, the third point, which is what is needed now and in the future to address the virus. And James, if you would kind of lead off on that, because you can't really talk about that without talking about the famous $1.2 billion or whatever it is, and the amount for local government and what we know about the guidelines or don't know about it. And
So we've got Brian Gaines from the Executive Budget Office. And one of the things in the CARES Act, and we have a resources committee, if you will, component that is addressing that issue about how the governor makes decisions with respect to that. What we can do for our business community, what obviously is addressed as far as COVID-19 related expenses, but also, again, that I think that one of the things that people's eyes get really big and they say, oh gosh, there's $1.9 billion we didn't have yesterday that we've got today, and wow, wonder what we can do with that. And so I think the governor's kind of direction to me and when we were putting this group together was, number one, we have to be very transparent about this because this is, as he said, this is, we've got to make sure that the public has trusts what we are doing. And so I guess briefly we can have Director Gaines talk about what some of the requirements are with respect to the funding from the CARES Act. I would, again, one thing I'd like to point out is like if there's a laundry list of like, hey, here are all my expenses I've got, I don't think this is the forum for doing that right now. I think we'll probably see that there's kind of some cross-pollination between this group and the resources group, and I think the resources group is really trying to get their hands around, hey, what's the best way that we can objectively address how to do something with this funding, because again, this is not just like, hey, look, here's a bunch of found money here and let's just go wildly spend it. That's, I think there's got to be, the governor's direction has been thoughtful. He wants us to be very thoughtful about it.
Well, also, I think I mentioned earlier, there could be a lot of strings and directions attached to that money when it gets here. So I don't know how much flexibility we're going to have, but we'll have some, and we'll be making good decisions with a lot of input. But Mr. Gaines, can you give us a primer?
While he's coming up, can I ask a quick question? When I read that agenda item, what is needed now and in the future to address the virus, it covers more than the money, right?
Yes.
It's what do we need to do to get business in our whole society going back to work and operating safely. So you want more than just what the money's needed for,
Oh, yes.
right?
That's
And I know
true. Oh,
we've
yeah.
talked about a lot of that
Yeah.
today, too. I just
It's
wanted
just, some of it's going to
Yeah, I
require
want it
some
clear.
funding to do it, but that's,
that we're more than just that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for clarifying.
absolutely.
Good afternoon. Brian Gaines from the Executive Budget Office. I'll talk a little bit about some of the requirements that we know of today. Understanding, as I indicated last week, there's additional guidance that is being issued by the U.S. Treasury Department, who is administering these funds on a fairly routine basis. We've gotten basically almost 3 updates since the initial guidance has come out. The 3 highest criteria for those funds are they have to be necessary expenditures related to COVID-19. It cannot be included in your most recently passed Appropriations Act or budget for our local government entities. And those expenses must be occurring between March 1 and December 30 of 2020. The biggest thing there, and I've heard a lot about this today, is there is no allowance for those funds to be used to supplant revenues or replace revenues at both the state as well as the local government area. And we all know that it is a big issue for not only state government, but for our local government community. But unfortunately, those funds cannot be used for that purpose. Largely, these funds are for direct reimbursements for any expenditures you may have had related to COVID-19 or things that could be related to the prevention, preparation, or treatment of individuals with COVID-19. That could also include perhaps our public sector hospitals, providing assistance to local governments to help with their local health centers that could be out there. Could also be for payroll expenses, for instance, for our public safety officers who are perhaps working overtime during this time. Those are things that could be used, that these funds could be used for. But I would stress that it's largely for the public sector, and it's primarily for all things that are related to, again, COVID-19.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for?
I have one.
Senator?
At what point in time do you anticipate the money that's been appropriated and given actually being dispersed in helping out these various organizations and entities and people who need that relief?
Our first subgroup meeting, I'm a part of the resources subgroup. Our first meeting is this Thursday, and that's one of the things we'll be talking about is kind of what our timeline is going to look like. Obviously, we're going to have to canvass everybody to kind of get an idea of what everybody's actually needing. And then once a decision is made on whether or not those things are things that these funds could be used for, I would imagine those funds would then start rolling out as expeditiously as possible because we understand that it is needed out there in the government.
So at this point in time, it's more of a matter of discussing among our stakeholders how to disperse the money as opposed to federal authorization in regard to dispersing that money?
The funds are here, if that
Okay.
answers the question.
And
So
the guidelines are in place. We know what it can be spent on. And what
as
it
of
can't.
today, the guidelines are in place. We have not, as a subgroup, determined how are we going to go about canvassing everybody, because it's not just state agencies. The biggest is going to be our local government community and our higher education community. So how do we do that? And then once we have all that data, what do we do with it? What is the decision-making process going to look like? How are we then going to hold folks accountable for the expenditures of those funds? What kind of metrics are we going to put in place to ensure those funds were used as responsibly as possible? Because at the end of the day, we also have to do a lot of reporting back to the federal government on how those funds are used. And what we don't want is for the state or any local government entity to be in a position to have to repay those funds.
Thank you, Governor.
That's a good question, because on some of the money that has been dispersed through the Department of Employment and Workforce and the SBA and all that, we had the money for weeks before we got the guidelines on how to turn it loose. But this situation seems to be a little bit different.
A little bit, yes, sir.
You know, there's some experience on local level with emergencies of all kinds. The kind of rules that FEMA puts out after a storm, we get to document everything that in any way in terms of cleanup activities, overtime. I suppose there'd be some similarities in that.
I have a question.
Yep.
Is the money available to all municipalities that can meet the guidelines, or is it by population?
The direct application is by population, but any governmental entity is subject or capable of being reimbursed at the governor's discretion. And that's a part of the resources subgroup process is going to be figuring out How are we going to canvass our local government communities, and how are we going to, what type of a distribution methodology are we going to use to reimburse their expenses?
Okay, thank you.
That would be helpful, I think, again, looking at the FEMA experience, and we've got some experience with that. Sometimes some of the local governments need help in jarring their memories, if you will, or here's a list of the kinds of things that you can be sort of pre-approval, certain things that can be reimbursed for, to make sure the checklist is thoroughly looked at. Did you, Pam, do you have your hand?
I don't know if it's important at this point, but it was just, I was trying to figure out what's the difference between this 1.9 million, I believe, billion you said, and then direct, like the universities, for example, have gotten some direct money from the federal government too?
Correct, and it's not just local higher education communities. A lot of our healthcare agencies have received direct grants. DO has received direct funding for the enhancements to the UI program. There's a lot of direct funding going directly to agencies. Largely those are for existing programs, like our housing programs and our food stamp program.
Okay.
They've received enhancements. That is different than this $1.9 billion.
None of that is to be used, or this is to make sure they get reimbursed for expenses they've had. That money that the other monies are not for that.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And I believe, didn't Greenville, of that 1.9, Greenville got a direct?
Greenville County, yeah. Not city, but yeah, they received the amount of, how much was it, James? $91 million for Greenville County, but subject to the same rules.
That was based on size. You could get a direct check if you were
You have to be a
size, and Greenville's the only one that.
Yeah, population of 500,000.
That's right.
Or more, that was the cutoff, yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'm going to segue a little bit, similar to what Pam was just talking about, because I think one of the things that's helpful is, how does this group bring back, how does this component bring back to the larger group some recommendations and solutions for things that are, we've heard a lot about, various things in the CR, the legislative things. And again, I think largely that's something clearly within the purview of the General Assembly. But to the extent that there are some things, and the governor has mentioned this previously too, if there have been some regulatory things that we've pulled back on that we really don't need, that we've pulled back on during this time, we don't need those, then that's good to know. We if we can operate without regulation, we should say, hey, look, we don't need that. Like, that doesn't need to be there. We can function without that. Again, understanding that there are certain things that, from a regulatory perspective, safety that we have to have. But again, if there are, the goal here is for us to identify some things that we can raise with the larger group and then present to the governor to say, hey, look, here's some things that y'all can do so that we can move forward. And that can help address some of the issues that municipalities, political subdivisions, higher education are facing. So,
and we've heard some of those, like the idea of a regional isolation for incarceration, that if people have been exposed, then they need to, can we have some of those? Y'all have already talked about a lot of those, it seems.
So now what I would recommend to you is make sure you can get those down. We can collect them, Sim can collect them and get them out. And I think for y'all you can do it virtually by email, I think.
Well, it raises a lot of issues. So, I think getting back to very beginning of the meeting for me with that very wise quote from Secretary of Commerce, the confidence issue, what it's going to take to get people to walk into the stores and shops and restaurants. And that probably touches back to the issue of testing and what our testing regime is going to look like. I suppose one of the other subcommittees may be delving into that, maybe in more detail. But what that looks like, and that's very much focus we have back with Prisma, back in Greenville, because we're talking about it on a granular level. In terms of the restaurants, for example, this just be one example of having testing centers along Main Street and in other places where we have clusters of restaurants, so it would be easy for people who are employed there to be tested. But that all touches back to kind of a certification process, perhaps, something where you know when you go into a place, and that perhaps is where, DHEC would come into play. Currently you go into a restaurant, and forever and ever, you've had the grading of restaurants in terms of public health. You walk in there, you know it's A-rated, you know it's been tested, and people have certified it and checked it out, and you have that confidence. And whether or not something like that is possible on a state level, that at least a restaurant has been looked at. There's a protocol that's being followed, whatever that might be, and perhaps we would find ourselves, looking for something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's done in other states, but.
Well, those are the kind of things we need recommendations on and need information about, but I can tell you, as far as testing, this is the test, not the pinprick test and others, which my understanding is have not been all approved and not 100% reliable for various reasons. But we have tested, let me see, we have the capacity to do right now this is not the swabs. The swabs can be taken at any healthcare provider, any doctor's office. They can do that part, but then they have to send it in a certain type of a tube. It's not just a Q-tip and you wrap it up in a bottle. It's a special sort of a thing, got to be handled in the right way. But those go to the labs, and we've got a number of labs. DHEC has a lab, MUSC has a lab, Prisma has labs, McLeod has a labs, and then you have the Quest and the LabCorp labs. And they are the ones that do the actual analysis. Right. But anyway, we have the capability of doing about almost 12,000 tests per day at the present time. Yeah. That's where we stand. Some other states can do more, some can do less. But that's what we're doing.
Well, it's going to take money to make that even more accessible, if you will, before businesses open, for sure.
At some places, they are getting those thermometers where you just pointed at the person's forehead and they take the temperature before they let them in the door. Yeah. I think Bobby Hitt mentioned the other day, what do you do at a manufacturing plant where you have 4,000 people coming in at one time on a shift? How do you go about testing those, or do you test those, or what do you do? Yeah. So those are kind of questions, once we get a feel for what sort of activity we have going out there among the businesses and the people and the institutions, we can try to figure out how to provide testing, as well as, of course, tracking is another question. When someone gets sick, then we have to, we think we know how to track that now, and we're going to need to have a lot more people, professionals that can track those individuals.
Yeah, and a lot more people. It's going to be a good job opportunity for a lot of people to be the tracers, if you will.
If one thing I think I would note, and I would, I think largely what we're seeing is businesses are moving forward. Look, this group, this AccelerateSC. It's not that, hey, we need to wait for a decision to be made here for us to do something, right? I mean, I think what we'll hear as we go through this, at least this week, is that a lot of times businesses are moving forward with plans to proceed. So I think one of the misnomers is, well, we got to wait till we hear from AccelerateSC before we can do something. And I would submit that, no, I don't think that's the case. I think it's, hey, look, we are helping to provide some counsel here, but it's not that you have to wait for, quote, AccelerateSC to make a decision. I want to make sure we correct that misnomer for people. Again, it's, hey, what are the steps that can be taken if we need to, again, reduce the things that are standing in the way of our businesses being revitalized.
Mr. Knight, Mayor White, I would like to just add a few things as we move forward. We all know we got to get our businesses back open, and we know that, first of all, we know that we are not going to be as busy as we have been in the past. It's going to take a while for people to accept the safety of going out, going to eat, and that type of stuff. But I think all restaurants, I think they are ready to get back, and I think they are wanting to get back, and I think they are all going to be willing to have protocol for themselves. They're going to monitor themselves. They do not want to be shut down one more time. So, you know, there's a lot of things that they can do and would be willing. Is it enforceable? You know, it's not a law, but it's something that, for instance, hand sanitizers at every table, taking out 25 or 30% of their tables out of their restaurants and distancing their tables. Use chalkboards and smartphones for menus instead of handing them the same menu all the time. Food servers should not, they don't have to accept cash. There's so many things that the masks that the servers can wear. There's so many things that the restaurants can do right now and be able to open back up. Is someone going to come down the next day with coronavirus? More than likely. But that doesn't mean that they got it in that restaurant. And if you test one today, that doesn't mean tomorrow they may not, and if it tests negative today, that doesn't mean tomorrow they won't test positive. So, you know, there's so many other things besides just testing that can be done for safety. And the same thing with your hospitality industry, with the lobbies, with the rooms, with how they handle their soiled linens, all that. They're all willing to make those protocols so they can get open for business.
What we're finding is the larger companies, like the larger hotel chains, for example, in the hospitality industry behind them, they have the ability to convey that information to their people. The protocols are there.
Yes.
The Hyatt's fine. And on the retail side, we're seeing that in particular right now, that the larger retailers sort of got the word and they're doing it right. But we're finding the questions coming from the smaller businesses, which makes sense, smaller restaurants, smaller retailers that are asking for some protocols. They kind of want an independent look-see at what they're doing. And we've been talking to Prisma about, perhaps in Bon Secours, about actually kind of getting in that business with us. With the idea being, it'd really be better, you don't need a, City of Greenville person coming by there.
Right.
We know. We'd rather have a chance for you to welcome the opportunity, if you would, to have somebody associated with healthcare to take a look at what you're doing and make suggestions and provide information. We're finding that's being a kind of a well-received idea. But again, the big guys are fine. It's the little guys who need to know what the protocol is and need somebody to give them some help on that, to feel confident themselves. What we're hearing from them, they don't feel confident themselves about opening. We had this exactly on the retail side. We had some that opened the first day and closed again because they didn't feel like they were doing it right, and until we brought some people in to provide assistance to them, and then they felt better about it.
Could we, Mr. Mayor, could we get Senator Malloy had his hand up first, and then Representative Pope?
Quickly, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor. Three points. And first, as a premise, I want to just say that, one, I don't want to turn a blind eye to the fact that the disparaging response, the disparaging treatment that it is to people of color, African Americans, as it relates to this virus, is something that we have to keep our eyes very open to. I mean, with 27% of the population, with at least 57% of those that are dead, is something that we have to continue to end up watching closely, because a lot of times individuals that are in contact with those are frontline people. One of my guys in the hospital just told me that everyone in his hospital that passed was African American. So saying that, I would say when we get ready to open up, I want to talk about what the governor was just saying a second ago with this testing. I mean, if we watch how this testing is done, these self-administered tests are really hard and it's painful. And I think that what happens is that I know that he's been considering this, and thank you, Governor, that at some point in time, we've got to work on getting mobile units out to these rural areas so that we can end up getting the testing so that some of our workforce can end up getting back employed. And also, let's not turn our backs on the fact that some of these resources that we have come down, which will be in another meeting, will be used like for broadband, for those that are not able to be reached. How are you going to end up getting those folks back to work? And one that we'll talk about later, I have an idea for a McMaster plan that he's very familiar with. And it's not for this meeting, but I think that there's another plan that obviously that we probably should have some discussions about.
On that point, I don't know if the whole group's aware, but Congressman Clyburn is very much involved with others to see about getting testing out in the rural areas. And I think we'll have some energy put into that, and I'm confident it'll be successful.
And he had said that he would help provide some supplemental funding if we're able to end up putting that together. So I hope that would be a stimulus for us to end up moving forward with it.
Okay.
I think Representative Pope had.
Oh, you did, I'm sorry.
Two quick things. One, on the testing front, I was on a conference call with our hospital. It's been about a week ago, and they were fortunate up in our area, one of the 15 machines, the testing machines DHEC had, came to York County. But with that, unfortunately, it's kind of like the rape test kits we used to have as prosecutors. The kits that have to go with it to use it, they only got 25. So the good news was we had the machine. The downside is you only had 25 test kits. So I know that turnaround's been one issue. The other thing, back on the restaurant deal, I was very heartened when Bobby Williams from Lizard's Thicket last week, or I'm losing track of weeks now, but Bobby spoke and said that they were more concerned with the Restaurant Association. In other words, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. You're talking about if somebody kind of overseeing it, particularly for the small business. Right. He said, we want to get back safely, not necessarily quickly. And I think, I don't know who the membership is there with the Restaurant Association. You're talking about somebody waiting on us to do something. But I thought that was very heartening because nobody wants to start, get it rolling, and then fall backwards. And I think laying the parameters out, like I read something recently about UV light. Using it. We're using the hand sanitizers. Hopefully they're implementing that. But I'm glad, Bobby, they're already on top of those issues.
Yeah, and that's what I hear consistently from our folks, whether it's retailers or especially in the restaurant line as well.
On that point, in the conference a little while ago with the president and the vice president and others, they announced that we have 15 of those fast test machines that went out, just as you said, to various locations, but only 5 of them got any tests, and they only got 48 tests or kits each where they could test 48 people. But they are sending another shipment, I think it's today, that ought to have, I didn't catch the exact number, but it's maybe 100 per location or something like that, which is not nearly enough, but it is a start, and they promised that there would be more.
Mr. Poe, I appreciate your comments, and I do understand that the Restaurant Association, I have over 3,000 restaurants that are suffering. And so they need to get open as soon as possible, and safely, but as soon as possible.
You're preaching to the choir. I'm just saying I didn't want us to reinvent the wheel if we got somebody already doing it.
And also, in several other states, you probably noticed on the news, they are reopening restaurants. Of course, we allowed for the curbside service, which is not enough to keep them really afloat, we recognize. But several other states that either maybe this week and possibly next week are going to, a few of them will open up the restaurants to some limited capacity. So we get a lot of information from them on how it's going there and the problems that they've run into, which we will share with the group.
That'd be important. Doctor.
I just want to say that, I was excited and encouraged about the task of getting us to a place where we're accelerating our economy and taking the opportunity to make South Carolina one of the premier states in the country. And so I was looking at the opportunity for us to take this and look at economically boosting infrastructure as a response. And when I look at broadband access for all of our students and what that can do for our companies and what that can do for our tourism. I know right now when people go on vacation, they can't disconnect from work. And so I think this is something that crosses a lot of the things that we discuss here. This may be for the resources part of the committee, but I'm very encouraged that this is something that we can do now and in the future to really put South Carolina in a great place. But without all of our students and all of our people being connected or having access, that affects continuing education, that affects K-12 education, that affects our businesses' ability to compete and to advertise. And so whether rural or urban, we have students in all of these settings who are not getting access, who are not being taught. What I think about every day is Superintendent Spearman said there's about 5% of students we haven't heard from. You do the math, that's 35,000 students. As Senator Malloy talked about, sometimes those are students who are doubly hit with disparities. And so I just believe that if we have this opportunity with these funds, history has shown us that sometimes, I don't remember it, but I hear stories of electricity coming out to rural areas and how that just really taken the economy and taken the economic opportunities and really shifted those up. Well, I think today's version of that is access to connectivity, where it's on the spectrum of fiber or to 5G, wherever that is on that spectrum. But every student, every person in our rural and our urban sectors should have access to compete on that infrastructure.
Absolutely. There's an excellent article in the Wall Street Journal last week about just that topic, and it's about how China's launching its own version of Accelerate China, I guess. And they're making a point of investing in what they're calling the new infrastructure, exactly what you were saying, into, it says, from their 5G programs to new data centers across China, trying to put more money into those kind of things as opposed to traditional infrastructure. But they're talking about the very same thing, as a sort of a golden opportunity to invest in those kind of things.
Well,
They're not just producing medical masks in China, unfortunately.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Since we're talking about communication, different type of communication, in answer to the question, what is needed now and in the future to address the virus, one thing that I've seen is, in addition to helping our small businesses like the restaurants and others feel comfortable and confident that they are opening in a safe manner, is the need to communicate what they're doing to the citizenry in the state, parents, whoever. Because one of the pieces of feedback I've gotten from individuals is, how will I know that it's safe to go to that restaurant or that it's safe to go to this place? How will I as a consumer know too? And so it seems to me that a communication plan on not only the governor, who's done a great job of continuously communicating to the public every single day about what we're doing, but all of us, with our different groups that we talk to at the local level, at state level, and the businesses themselves having some sort of communication plan in the sense that Brian Sims does communication, of getting the message out over and over again about, here's what this hospital's done, here's what these people are doing, here's how these people are doing that, so that people then begin to build confidence that it's safe for them to go and spend money in those places.
Yeah.
So Mr. Mayor,
Question.
I'm sorry.
Confidence is again the word, and how to kind of certify that so people know. It's one thing to go back to that restaurant down the street where you know those people. It's another thing to go to a restaurant outside your city or some other place, and do you know what their protocol is? Do you know what they've been doing? Yes, Jim?
I think, I know Jared was going to say something, and I think to try and come full circle if we can, but I just wanted to make sure he was standing back there and I didn't.
Right.
So.
And we're heading up toward 5 o'clock, so I think we'll be
Yes, sir.
wrapping up this phase, if that's right. Yes.
I'll try to land the plane for you a little bit. I just wanted to make a couple of observations. First, when we first had this issue, when the restaurants were first shut down and were doing curbside or to-go orders, we got a lot of complaints. Law enforcement got a lot of complaints that they were still congregating. Some restaurants were even opening their lobbies for you to come in and sit, or their restaurants to come in and sit. Some were even serving drinks, those types of things. And so we quickly got involved with the Hospitality Association, and we came up with the best practices guideline to put out there, and collectively we put it out to everybody. I think that kind of speaks to the fact that they want to do what's right. They want their consumers to have confidence in what they're doing, and they want to know that they're not going to get in trouble in doing that. But also, if given the opportunity, they're going to be able to police themselves and do that to some degree. That being said, if we're going to go the other way, if we're going to go like we have with some of the retail stores and look at maybe a 20% occupancy rating or something like that for restaurants or others, I think that we should definitely be looking at some of the staffing needs. I know they talked about it from a budgetary standpoint, but law enforcement is not going to have the resources necessary to enforce the order if we go to a restrictions based on executive order type situation. So if we're expected to go look at each restaurant or each retail facility and see if they're, limiting the number of tables or doing those types of things, that's going to be a strain, certainly in law enforcement. But I think enforcement does give confidence, and the other thing that I think gives confidence is PPE and the availability of PPE. And I would say that right now it's a little concerning maybe. I don't know if there's a better way to do it, but essentially what we're hearing because of the federal guidelines that have been put out or the federal regulations that have been put out is that everybody has to be reimbursed. That essentially you have counties that are competing against other counties to get the best sources of PPE. And I know that may be another group's objective to take that on, but maybe we need to look at doing what we can to have a single source for either a county or a single source for a region to come together to do that, because I really think especially some of the rural counties, they are not being able to utilize their buying power the way that others could. So if we pool our resources, we could maximize our buying power and we would reduce competition in doing that. And if we could get sufficient levels of PPE out there, not only for first responders, but also for, I heard Secretary Spearman or Superintendent Spearman talk about schools getting that. Those are the things that we've got to get prepared for over the next 3 or 4 months, and certainly things that we need to be investing in. I know that $1.9 billion is a lot of money, but when everybody's going after PPE, it won't be there long. And we're also going to need to find mechanisms. I know there's machinery out there that's expensive, but it will help you clean and reuse these PPE sources, and a lot of places do not have those things. So when we're talking about the utilization of the money, installing confidence, I think those are a few things that we could do to help jumpstart the economy.
Yeah. Very well put.
I think we have, is Mr. Aquilino, does he have a point, I think?
Thank you. And you're pronouncing my name well. That's great. Thank you. It's not an easy one.
Look, I mean, I had to ask a little.
I saw. She did a great job as well.
I'm going to be honest. I got to give credit where it's due.
Michael Aquilano, Catholic Diocese, but here on behalf of the non-public schools. I just want to galvanize a point that I heard mentioned several times, and that is the access for internet and devices for people in rural communities. As I mentioned before in my opening remarks, we have schools that have supplied devices one-on-one to students. We've had schools that have provided internet access to families that could not afford to keep their bills up to date. I just want to galvanize the point that I think we all agree on that, and that every child, no matter where they attend, needs to be included in that discussion. It's important that every child has access to those, especially if this comes up again in the fall. And we also outlined a lot of our requests and letters to the governor. We've sent, I believe, 2 now that we believe will be helpful for education generally. Melanie and I have been in constant contact, but I think some of those will be helpful to the resource committee from a non-public school perspective.
Yeah. And it sounds like they're eligible as well, from what we seem to be hearing.
They are eligible, yeah.
So that's important.
Yep. Thank you.
James, you want to?
So I think now the landing gear is down, Governor, so I'll try and guide it in before I.
Just a couple,
Yes,
well,
sir.
2 points. One is on the broadband in the rural communities. That's a subject that's received a lot of attention. Senator Malloy, Senator Leatherman, and a lot of the people here, as well as all over the state. And that's Doctor, that's on the list. It's right at the top of the list. In any way that we have the flexibility in this effort that we're talking about to use those funds or whatever we can get to accomplish that, we will. And as for the PPE, it comes to the counties through the Emergency Management Division. I think it's on a population basis. When that national stockpile, which we got 3 shipments from, came in, it went to the counties to distribute as they saw fit. But that is only a tip of the iceberg, because all the entities are in the free market themselves, buying things from wherever they can, and a lot of times if a higher bidder comes in, then the first fellow doesn't get what he had been expecting. But yesterday, at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport, Boeing it's an interesting story, and I'll tell it very quickly. A man named Neil Ferrier, who is originally from Scotland. I looked to be in his 30s. He's an entrepreneur in Greenville. And he had a contact in China that some company that made face masks. So he contacted, I think it was Congressman William Timmons, who contacted Marco Halla, who's the CEO and president of Prisma, who contacted someone at Boeing. And the next thing you knew, we had a Dreamlifter, which is a huge plane, I think smaller only than the Spruce Goose that Howard Hughes built. Went over and brought back yesterday 1,300,000 face masks, and they will go back for at least one more trip. And Boeing paid for the trip, which was quite expensive. But that's the way the free market is working. And so a lot of the supply that is going on is on the free market and is outside of the control of the government.
Yeah. Senator.
James, I have one last point, and I think that as we continue to move forward, some great ideas, and Governor, thank you for bringing this group together. I want us to not lose focus on those that are from 0 to 5, those small, very small children. I know that we already have child care that's open, but what happens is that their parents can't get back to work unless they get some support. And I think that whenever they're there, they're suffering all over the state. So we got to have some kind of way to support the child care groups that are taking care of our working people that are there, so the mamas and daddies can go to work.
Okay.
I think what I would ask, what would be helpful, so just from a planning purpose, the larger group that met last Thursday, the plan is for that larger group to meet next Tuesday. So each of our components will have had an opportunity to meet, and then we come back as a larger group on Tuesday. And the purpose of that is to, again, I think we've identified the issues, and and we can help distill those down. And I'm going to work with Sim Singh, and I will work together on distilling those down. It's the solution piece and the recommendation piece. So I think what would be helpful is all of our friends out behind you at our various associations who've promulgated some of their recommended ideas, and the counties, municipalities, and folks have, I know, submitted some great ideas, so that we can get those and bring those to this group, Mr. Mayor, so y'all can see those before meeting with the larger group to present some of those to the larger group.
Sort of a summary of what's, okay.
And again, I think it's, again, it's not like a voting body or, hey, we like these 5 better than we like these 5. It's, hey, look, bring reasonable solutions forward so that the governor can hear those and move out. And some of them may be very well, as we understand, that the General Assembly has to take up, and we understand those.
James,
and so,
to that point, and I've been communicating with Senate Finance staff throughout this, they are standing ready to work with the counties, the municipalities, law enforcement, the others, to kind of put together a package of the sort of flexibility or the waivers or the things that you need. So that's a resource that's available. So as we come up with that summary, I think a lot of them have lists already, we can start to, draft and get language ready.
That's excellent.
Yeah. And I'd like to mention this as well, is we are receiving information, all of us here are educating each other, but we're also educating our agencies on what's going out there in around the state. So this will help the entire team.
Okay. You said the full group meets on Tuesday?
yes, that's the plan right now.
When does this group meet again, or is this?
Well, so, I mean, we can,
Or do you want us to?
you can, I mean, look, I'm not gonna dictate when you determine you need, if y'all feel like, hey, we can meet virtually, and you wanna do it virtually, or if you wanna come back in person. I understand people have schedules, so I don't wanna be in the meeting dictate business, Mr. Mayor, but I mean, if you wanna, you can do it virtually, you can.
I think we could probably do it virtually in terms of what you're talking about in preparation for the bigger meeting.
The university has been most cooperative in supporting in this effort, and I think we can have access to this room if
Well,
you.
I'm okay with that, too.
Mr. Mayor, it might be helpful if we can get the summary, James, that you
Yeah.
talked about. If we
Okay.
can Get the summary of all the recommendations you've heard today out to this
react to
group, then we could take a look at them. And if it looks like we think it encapsulated the things that we talked about, and then we could maybe have a Zoom meeting, or some other capacity. Or we might look at it and everybody weigh in and say, no, can we meet Friday? We want to talk about some of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can we leave that open for now?
We
Yeah,
can.
we can work with James and,
Yeah.
do something like, we're more.
But the sooner we get the summary, obviously, the better.
We got a lot of specific ideas out of the first session, if you will, today, and not, a little, I guess, more open-ended in the second than the first.
So what I would ask is if you've got something that you want to submit in writing, get it to myself and Sim by, like, I would say noon tomorrow, right? I mean, we want to be able to move quickly to get information back to y'all because, I mean, the train's moving. And so we want to be able to help to get that information back out to y'all.
Sure.
Okay.
So you want us to work on, no.
Okay, all right.
Do you have any, do you have any closing comments?
No,
Mr.
I'm
Mayor?
defer to the governor, but thank you, Governor, for the opportunity.
Thank you, appreciate everybody's help, and we got a lot of work to do. We're having to make decisions every day, of course, so this is enormously helpful.
Well, the committee members were just great, and thank you all back in the peanut gallery back there. You were more than just great. There were some just very inspirational comments as well as specifics, so thank you for that, too. James?
And if I would say, just as we close out, as we're leaving, one thing that we're doing a really good job sitting social distancing, but as when we have breaks and as we're departing, I would also ask that we maintain that social distance. Look, I don't mean to be a close talker, but maybe I am sometimes, and I apologize for that. But I would ask everybody to make sure we maintain that 6 feet space as we depart.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
into our economic position and the prosperity AccelerateSC, and as you probably heard, there are a lot of grand ideas, a lot of insights, a lot of information received. Our agencies, of course, are learning, listening to these leaders from different types of businesses and entities, and we're going to have a number of these meetings to get the facts, get the information, to see what the best way is, what we can do to accelerate South Carolina back into our economic position and the prosperity that we were building when the virus came along. Today I issued extended the declaration of emergency. And as you know, by law, that can last for 15 more days. That's the extent of it. But what that means, what that allows us to do is to access the federal funding, to work with FEMA, to get assistance in, well, now it's the tornadoes as well as the virus. But that is a declaration that triggers all of those resources to come into the state. Now, the various parts, the various executive orders that have been issued are consistent with that declaration of emergency, are extended automatically by the state of emergency, but that does not mean that they will be extended to the end of the state of emergency. All of those things, the stay at home or work, the rules on restaurants, the closing of the contact services such as barbershops, beauty parlors, those things, when we have the facts, the data, and the information that we need to comfortably change those, we can, and we can do those at any time during this state of emergency. But having the state of emergency declared, as I mentioned, makes us eligible for federal funding, makes it eligible for my ability to suspend regulations of red tape and things that we need to move to get rid of in order to be able to be nimble and quick enough to respond to do the things that you've seen us doing. We're working diligently to get South Carolina back to work, to take us to where we were before and beyond, but we must do so safely. So we have economic, unparalleled in many years, economic disruption going on, as well as record unemployment claims, as well as a very serious disease. So we need to continue to do the work that we've been doing, and with the help of AccelerateSC, we believe that we'll have more information and confidence to take the steps that are necessary. So I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Governor, I know that you say you've extended the declaration of emergency, and those provisions that were put in place have also been extended. I know that some non-essential businesses have been allowed to reopen. So how does that work with the home or work? Are people able to patronize those businesses, or are they still only able to get essential goods?
No, from the beginning, we took an approach that was taken by several other states, but not most. And rather than attempting to define essential as non-essential, because most businesses are essential to somebody, especially the people that work there and the people that own them, we concentrated on those areas of business and activities that would be the prime candidates for the acceleration of the virus. And those are the close contact business, close contact like barbershops, beauty parlors, those kind of things, as well as concerts, theaters, and some retail. You remember we limited some retail to, they could sell out the front door but could not have customers inside. We have since relaxed that on those small retailers, which included jewelry stores, shoe stores, and department stores. We had a limitation on the big box stores of 20% roughly capacity, which is what they recommended for their own purposes. And we've now extended that 20% to those retailers. But what was the rest of your question?
Just, so under the home work order.
Oh, those, anything in the home to work, that's, people need to stay home as much as they can, but they need to work as well. But those businesses and activities that are open, those that were not closed or limited by the orders that we've issued are still available and eligible for people to visit. But what we ask people to do is go only to those that are necessary. That is, if there's something you can put off till the virus declines or declines more or begins to decline in their area, go only where it's necessary to go. But any businesses that were not closed or restricted, of course, are not closed or restricted.
So several other southern governors have said that the stay-at-home orders will be lifted either on or before April 30th. A, what do you think about your colleagues doing that? And B, do you want to see what happens in those states to help you with your decision?
Well, all of the above, and I've been on the phone with all of those governors. We talk regularly about what they're experiencing and what we're experiencing. But again, the continuation or the issuance of yet another state of emergency, declaration of emergency, does not lock all those orders in until the end of that state of emergency, which is 15 more days. We can change them at any time. Could be tomorrow, could be on day 14 or day 15. But we are in discussions with them to see what they experience, why they're doing what they're doing, and to see what the results are. And of course, we're trying to watch the data and the information from the Department of Health and Environmental Control and others on testing, on positives and those sorts of things, and trying to get a pattern and understanding so we'll know better what to do. The most important thing is that people have to have confidence. Not only confidence in what the federal government and the state government and the local governments are telling them, but the confidence themselves that it's safe to go out. And so we're trying to gather all the information, as we go along, because we have to make decisions every day. But as we go along, we're trying to be sure that we're being smart and being informed about it. Yes, ma'am. Say it again. There's no magic number in any of this, because all the factors, one might be the biggest factor one day and not the next. It all depends on the circumstances. Our states are a little different. What's true in Oklahoma is not true here. They don't have the tourism business we have. They don't have the beaches we have. They don't have the water that we have. Some others have a completely different kind of economy. Some don't have agriculture. One of our main industries is agriculture. Some don't have the manufacturing. There are very few that have the manufacturing that we have. And of course, those businesses are in a size and have the capacity to make their decisions. And most of them that have reduced lines of work or have closed down temporarily was because they couldn't get the parts and the supplies from overseas and other places. But our state has a different complexion from others, so we like to see what they're doing in other states and find out why they did it and what the results are. But in the end, we have to make the decision right here and what's best for the people of our state. But back in the back. Yes, ma'am.
One of the questions we have is, these data points that you're talking about are so relevant to the reopening of South Carolina. How are we dealing with places like nursing facilities where we're still not being given where there are deaths occurring at certain nursing homes? We're getting that aggregate number of the number of deaths, but we're not hearing where those deaths are taking place. Do you think that that's something that may change going forward?
Yeah, that information has been available. I've seen that information available.
Number of cases, but not the number of deaths.
Right.
We're not seeing the number of deaths per facility. In some of these hotspots, in particular.
Well, we want, there are various privacy rules that the nursing homes and others have to deal with. We went through the same process of determining what was not prohibited by either state or federal law. We did that with law enforcement on having information when they get a call about the location that they were going to in response to the call, has there been anyone that has tested positive in the last 14 days? And we found a way, complying with all the laws, that I cannot suspend a law on a state of emergency or any other time. Can suspend a regulation, but not a law. So we found a way, working with DHEC, to provide that information without identifying any people, but identify a location that has had tested positive in the last 14 days, and that is provided immediately, and there have been thousands of requests like that. So these what we want to do is get as much information as we can out to the people so they will understand the decisions that we are making on their behalf and be able to also make their own decisions. So that's an area that we're exploring now.
And I completely, just one follow-up with that is that other states are telling how many deaths are coming out of nursing facilities.
Well, every state doesn't have the same laws. They don't have the same privacy laws. They all have the same federal laws, of course, but they don't all have the same privacy laws. Yes, ma'am.
How are you feeling after this meeting, hearing some of these ideas that the group threw out in terms of protocol for education, for law enforcement, and for local government?
It's very encouraging. This was a very talented and experienced and knowledgeable group of people who are given their time for this. But we've got a lot of decisions to make. For instance, restaurants. Do you allow outside dining? Do you allow inside dining? If so, how many tables? Is it a percentage? How many feet apart? How many people do you allow at one table? Do you put the salt, peppers, and shakers out there? Do you write the menu on a chalkboard, or do you hand one to everybody? What do you wipe down? Did everybody wear a face? I mean, there are 1,000 different things, and they change. If you have a place at the beach, you have people from different states coming in that are used to different sorts of things. If we were Kansas, or maybe we wouldn't have that kind of clientele that's used to a certain type of thing, a certain type of restaurants. I don't know how many fresh seafood restaurants they have in some of these places. I mean, there are all sorts of differences in our establishments and restaurants, barbershops, beauty parlors. There are a lot of variables that we are settling down to see what the best rule is, the best course is for us. But again, as soon as we are able to determine what the best thing to do is and the safest thing to do, that's when we'll do it. And if it's this afternoon, we'll do it this afternoon. If it's in 2 or 3 days, we'll do it. We do not have to wait until this emergency declaration expires in order to make those decisions and issue those orders. But again, what that direct declaration does is put us in the right position for federal funding with FEMA, as well as allows me as governor to eliminate red tape, to suspend regulations, and have all the agencies working together in a common purpose.
Governor, the University of Washington has listed June 8th for South Carolina as to when social distancing could be relaxed with strategies for testing, contact tracing, and gathering size limitations. Is that a date that we should be looking for any future reopening?
Well, that's the University of Washington. Yes, that's one thing that we look at. DHEC follows those models as well as other models. The University of Washingtons don't agree with everyone else's. They're all different, and we have to always analyze those and determine what the best thing is. They were the ones, of course, that said that our death rate and other things had already peaked. You remember a couple of weeks ago, about 10 days ago, I think, maybe longer than that. It's always good to get information, to get data like that. It's very important, as well as from the CDC, as well as from the Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci and those others that we see on television and we get from President Trump. But we have to make our own decision based on the facts, the data, and the information and knowledge that we receive from the people in our state.
And so, I don't know if you know, this morning there were 3 different competing news conferences back to back to back. Lots of people have lots of ideas on what you should do, and lawmakers, different advocacy groups. How do you sort through all of their requests and suggestions, or do you even bother to do so?
Yes, we bother to do so a lot. We receive information from all sources, including by letter, including orally as we do here. We get a lot of telephone calls. Our agencies get telephone calls and have various meetings. And there's a telephone conference at 10 o'clock or so every morning among these various agencies and the county, the people in the counties. And then usually at 12:30, we have all the state agencies as well as local county representatives on a conference call every single day. And we do it from the Emergency Management Division, but when we have a conference coming up with the president or the vice president, usually it's always a video conference like the one we had today. We have to move that particular meeting to usually 11 o'clock. But we're meeting every single day, all the agencies, all the input that they get from wherever they are and now what we're getting from AccelerateSC, all of that is taken in, sorted out, and is a part of our decision-making process.
Governor, are there any states that you're looking at more closely than others? I know you said that each state is different. Are there any states that we should have our eyes on, saying like, hey, if this works for them or doesn't work for them, maybe this is what our government agencies will be looking at?
Well, we try to look at those that have a makeup like ours. But on the other hand, for restaurants and barbershops, and there are a lot of things that may be the same in most states. But again, there's no particular method other than to be thorough and to be constantly communicating and getting as much information as we can to make the right decisions. But I'm on the conference calls with a number of the southern governors, as well as the Republican governors, as well as the governors in the entire country. Everybody's not on every call. Usually most of the governors are on the calls with the president and the vice president. But there's a lot of information, a lot of ideas. Usually people give reports to the president on what's working and what didn't work. And we take all that into consideration. We have a lot of ears listening to be sure that what we're receiving from around the country is sorted out and is understood and analyzed by us so we can do the best for the people of our state.
Governor, we border Georgia. There may have been some residents who went from South Carolina into Georgia to go to nail salons, go to barbershops. What do you say to those residents who did that over the weekend?
Well, I'd say be very careful. You have to be your own doctor. You have to take care of yourself. You have to be smart about it. People ultimately have to make their own decisions. But we know, as we've learned from the very beginning,